Hi there folks, welcome to RRTV and our continuing coverage of the Australian Online Supercar Championship. We're coming live to you tonight from Circuit Gilles Villeneuve in Montreal, Canada. And I have in the box with me tonight Bailey Hall. Welcome Bailey, and it's looking like it's going to be another exciting race at the AOC tonight.
The AOC, definitely. Bernie, thank you for bringing me back into the box for another night.
Oh, it's always a pleasure. You always have something witty to say, that's for sure. But at the moment, folks, you can see there's 12 minutes of qualifying left to go at the moment. Jordan Murphy's in provisional pole, and he's driving for ANZ, Aylwood and Hudson.
Yeah, I've heard of ANZ, but I haven't heard the Aylwood and Hudson. But sure, but he's definitely put off a good lap time so far of a 1:35.619. Isn't he?
Yeah, and then we've got Brian Borg in the car at the moment for Laser Racing. He's 1:35.779, so he's right on the tail of Jordan, about 0.2 of a second behind. And then, of course, we've got the Logitech sponsored car, ERA, and that's Ian Ford at the moment. Keep an eye on him because for whatever reason these guys, well, I know the reason, they're just great at strategy, but these guys are always up at the pointy end towards the end of the race.
Yeah, definitely are. In fourth position currently, Daniel Ackland, a very good quick driver. Great to see him back in the car of the Synergy Sim Racing.
Yeah, and then rounding out your top five, folks, we have Brenton Hobson for Synergy Sim Racing 1. And again, Synergy Sim Racing, Bailey, they're always competitive, and they always seem to get those cars up to the pointy end, don't they?
Oh, definitely have, and especially some of their new drivers and the drivers they've had for a long time. Just they've got that much talent in the team, and they work together great as a team for a long enduro.
Yeah, they certainly do, and we've seen these guys drop right to the back of the field during a race, and they generally work their way back up to the top five, if not the podium. But it's going to be an interesting race here. It's 650 kilometres an hour. Kilometres is the length, not per hour. 149 laps around this track. It's going to be absolutely torture for a lot of these guys, and I think a lot of them are going to get punished.
Oh, for sure, especially with all the different chicanes. I haven't actually had a chance to count them all up, but those can be very, very tight corners. Going too wide into those would definitely get drivers into a sticky situation, and especially that hairpin. You'll see a lot of passing on the side there, Benny.
Oh, you certainly will see a lot of passing up through the hairpin, and I guess where's the other point we're going to see it coming into the Wall of Champions under brakes as they come up the Casino Straight here, and then possibly going into the first corner into the centre hairpin.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't be wanting to be at the back of the pack for the start. That first few corners, as that will be quite hectic as drivers, have to struggle, not exactly struggle, but pressure their way through, trying to gain up positions through there without being taken out by all the cars around them.
Yeah, well, that's the point, isn't it? Because if you go off track around here, it's pretty much a road circuit, and well, it's as close to a road circuit as we've got, I guess. But what I mean, absolutely no runoff down these straights. If you come into the grass there, you're going to hit a wall guaranteed, and it's going to cause a lot of damage to your car.
Yeah, definitely, and especially slow down penalties. They will come into effect today, with a lot of them being very hard, 3 to 5 seconds most of them are, just for clipping that corner.
Yeah, so they're going to have to definitely keep an eye on that. The other one is your incident limit here tonight. The incident limit's set at 100, but they do, from what I understand, as the incidents queue up, they will get pit lane penalties.
Yeah, they get a pit lane penalty at 35 incidents, and at 75 incidents they get a 45-second hold, which is game-changing.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we may see a few of those penalties being served. And of course, race control tonight, we've got Brodie Maris in there doing the job. You normally do that, but it's great to have you up here commentating. And I think you're going to find commentating a bit more relaxing than doing race control.
Is it going to be more relaxed than your pit scout?
Yeah, it'll be more relaxing. You can sit up here. You don't have to go running up and down the pit lane. You can actually sit here and watch the race on the monitors. Having a look at the driver fair share here, folks, tonight. The driver fair share is basically the second driver has to do a minimum of 50 laps, and that'll leave 99 laps for the main driver to do. So basically 50 laps and 99, so it'll be interesting to see how they break that up throughout tonight.
Yeah, and a lot of people do have that strategy where they will run just for that limit. Otherwise, the secondary rule to that is 65% of the race is what the maximum of the primary driver allowed to drive. Okay,
so we'll definitely keep an eye on that, and let any of the folks know out there if any of them start looking like they're not going to make it. But normally the teams are pretty much on top of it. Looking at the moment at the top 10 as the qualifying is now starting to wind down, we've got ERA at the moment sitting on provisional pole, and that's Ian Ford. He's just jumped up there with the 135.411, pushing the ANZ Alwood and Hudson team down to second. Laser Racing 3 sits in third, followed by Synergy Sim Racing 3, then Synergy Sim Racing 7, and in 6, Synergy Sim Racing 1. So they've got all those cars back in the top 10. Then 7th, PFR Team GTI, followed by Progression Racing Australia. That's a new name I haven't heard before. And then we've got the Zuva.net.au, 4 domain names team in 9th, followed by Stealth Sim Sport 1, rounding out your top 10.
Definitely a very, very interesting top 10. Good to see Stealth Sim Sport up there with Daryl Hockey currently in the car. They've definitely shown some dominance over the last few rounds of the Australian Online Supercar Championship, and Synergy Sim Racing showing the dominance with the top 3. There's 3 cars in the top 10.
Yeah, they always do that, don't they, getting those cars up there, and I think it's the first time we've seen all 3 cars up there. They normally get 2 in the pointy end, and then the other one lags behind, so it looks like Synergy Sim Racing has done a lot of work on their 3 car setups this time.
Definitely, and great to see all the new teams now, their new paints, and Synergy Sim Racing releasing their new paint to the 2017 season recently.
Yeah, and hopefully they'll show up here on our broadcast tonight. Can't guarantee they all will, because Trading Paints may not play, but while we're waiting, I might actually do a refresh of that and make sure we get the latest paints down. So folks, don't worry, the cars will flash white, and then hopefully we will get some pretty paint schemes coming through.
Just as you're doing that, Ian Ford takes a pole in the Logitech ERA number 1 car with a 135.411.
Yeah, he's looking strong around here, isn't he?
Definitely, just having a quick lap to him. He was quickest in practice as I jumped in at the end of that just to have a quick look how the cars are running, and he has got speed today.
Yeah, and he was just on another hot lap there. He collected the wall and he bailed it straight away, which is the beauty of qualifying on iRacing. They can just hit the eject button and start back from the pits. They've got 3 minutes 28 to go, so he should be able to get he should be able to get another flying lap.
Yeah, he should be able to get another flying lap in. This will be their last chances, with all cars pretty much starting the finish line. We get about 2 more laps now, 2.5 laps, so we'll see a lot of cars starting to come into the pit lane and get ready to go racing.
Yeah, that's right. They'll start putting on the race setup soon and getting their mind out of qualifying and straight into into the race mode. Also, there's a lot of great V8 action happening out there, folks. We've got the V8 Supercar Premier Series making its debut round, I think, next week, and that'll be broadcast by V8's online. So a lot of action there for you V8 Supercar fans.
Yeah, this Sunday, sorry Bernie, that one starts off, round 1 kicks off here at Montreal.
Yeah, and I saw that it looks like they're all out practicing for that event tonight. I'm not sure if it's final qualifying or what. I don't follow that series that much, but it's definitely going to be action-packed, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely pre-qualifying tonight. The 3 nights of pre-qualifying and Scott's runs. And a lot of your big teams will be jumping in here tonight to get a good run of the car in a long-distance race. Feel the new tyre wear with the new build, and how much of a struggle it is now on the brakes.
Yeah, this race is really going to help them nut out their setups for that event, that's for sure. And at the moment, 1 minute 41 to go. We do have 34 teams out there tonight, which is a fantastic showing here at Circuit Villeneuve.
Yeah, definitely. When you got to consider all those teams have 2 drivers in each, it's a great attendance for the track and the AOSC.
Yeah, so let's have a look at our track at the moment. Total turns around here 13, track length 4 kilometres an hour. Very scary 4 kilometres an hour, my goodness, 4 kilometres, very scary 4 kilometres at that. Weather out there mostly cloudy with the wind speed 14 kilometres an hour. The track temp 31 degrees Celsius, so not too hot out there. The air temp is 25 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, it'd still be hot for if it was to be on the actual track, it'd be bloody hot in the cars.
Oh, it certainly will. It's, they were saying at Clipsal it was getting up to about 60 degrees in the cars there, so the guys will be feeling it tonight. And they don't have air conditioning in these cars.
No, they don't. Not. They have a few stubbies next to them, though, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. It's looking like the top 5 are looking pretty well sorted at the moment. Ian Ford, he's pretty confident with 16 seconds to go, sitting in the pits. Cooper Murray's just coming out now. He won't get another time in. His qualifying's over, as well as Brian Borg's in the pits. So they're all now coming in. We can see here Pozzi on a flying lap at the moment, and he should get this time in possibly. And yeah, he will. He's got 2 minutes to get this time in, and we'll see if he can improve on 5th. His last time 1:35.974.
Yeah, as the last couple of minutes come to a finals, we'll watch him finish this race, so I'm pretty sure is what you've got the camera on, Bernie.
Yeah, we're on Pozzi at the moment, having a look at him doing his final lap here to see if he'll improve his time.
This hairpin he's coming into is very tricky under brakes. I've found driving the car myself, and you'll see a fair few people lock up there in a possible couple of accidents, which could bring out one of the safety cars.
Yeah, and we'll definitely keep an eye on those safety cars, folks. As we were saying earlier, possibly two random safety cars if they don't have safety cars for anything else. But can see now we're riding with Pozzi as he's coming down to the Wall of Champions, throws it over the top, and he's into the Wall of Champions.
He definitely gave that one a big whack for sure.
Yeah, he certainly did, and we were riding with him live when he planted it in there. But I guess that's why they call it the Wall of Champions.
I'd love to see if everyone that hit into that wall actually got their name on that wall. That'd be pretty cool.
That's what they should do, shouldn't they? They should give you a pen and you go out and you sign it. I'm
sure all those markings will be off it in a race, though.
Yeah, they probably would. And as we see the replay here, Pozzi putting it into the wall hard, and it was pretty interesting sitting in there with the gyro cam. The viewers get an idea how quickly things can go wrong here at Circuit Villeneuve.
They wrap up their last 20 seconds of qualifying.
Yeah, I reckon we might look at the grid. What do you reckon? We'll start going through that.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's have a look at the way the teams will be starting tonight. So out of pole position, Evolution Racing Australia, the number 1 team. They qualified with a 1:35.4.11, followed by ANZ, Aylwood and Hudson starting in second. They sound like a solicitors group. Third, Laser Racing 3. Then fourth, Synergy Sim Racing 3. And rounding out your top 5 is Synergy Sim Racing 7.
Out of 6 is... There you go, Bernie.
No, that's alright, you go. We'll do every 5, that's fine.
Alrighty, out of 6 is the Synergy Sim Racing number 1. Out of 7 is the PFR GTI number 1. Out of 8th is the Team TTL car. And out of 9th is Laser Racing 2. 10 is the Zuva.net.au 4 domains car.
That's why I let you call that one out, because that's a long one. Progression Racing 1, Australia 1 will start out of 11th, followed by Race on Oz 51 out of 12th. Stealth Sim Sport 1 out of 13th. Performance Motorsports Chassis 1 out of 14th. And rounding out your 15 is Redback Racing Team, the number 31.
Out of 16th is Race on Oz, number 91. Out of 17th is Redback Racing Team, number 32. 18 is Stealth Sim Sport, number 2. And 19th is your Redback Racing 149. Out of 20, rounding off your top 20, is the ERA of number 226.
At a 21st will be Redback Racing, the number 350, followed by PFR Team Kiani, number 2 and 22nd. HDR2 will start out at 23rd with KRF West End Mazda Motorsports at a 24th, and rounding out your 25, PFR Team Kiani, the number 1.
We'll get ready to go racing here, Bernie, as the lights should be going off anytime soon.
Yeah, so we're just switching over, and I'll get the overlays all reset if I can quickly, and we'll be up and running here before you can say my aunt is a Nelly. That's a good one, I just made that up. So we're underway here at Circuit Villeneuve. Nice clean start, but you know, it's coming into this hairpin and anything can happen.
Definitely, as you see up at the back of the pack, 3, 4, 5 cars go round in a crash.
It's looking like a nice clean start up front here, but generally the first couple of corners it can definitely show them as we see them coming through the hairpin for the first time, and it's looking like the whole field is got through cleanly. We do have a car though with the toll bonnet off, and that car is Shane Rayner's driving that SDC Motorsports DHM. So a really bad start for them. They're going to have to go around and get that car back to the pits.
Along with that is the Stealth Simport number 3, Nick Hausler currently driving that one, and the RPR V8 have all been put in incidents on lap number 1.
Yeah, we see Nick's car here. It's absolutely trashed, but let's get up the front at the moment, because we've got, as there's a bit of a tap there. Luke Harvey started that car. He got a tap by I think it might have been Daniel Ackland. Gave him a bit of a love tap, nearly turned him around the hairpin, but we're coming up for the first lap. Jordan Murphy is leading at the moment for ANZ Aylwood. Huge gap. Luke Harvey, followed by Daniel Ackland, Brenton Hobson, Philip Piggott, Glenn Postlethwaite, Jake Maloney as one cuts the final chicane there.
As the first lap goes by, they'll come into turn number 1, single file, seeing who can get the best run out of this corner. It looks like the number 017 of Phil Piggott gets a nice run out there behind the number 88, Synergy Sim Racing 1, Brenton Hobson, and that will get a good challenge going into the first chicane.
Yeah, it's interesting how they're starting to spread out now, isn't it? We're getting little battle packs already forming. Philip Piggott in the other Laser Racing car, he's just trying to hang on the back of Brenton Hobson here. But If we look further up, Luke Harvey, he's under attack here from Daniel Ackland and then Brenton.
You'll definitely see a lot of drivers crack under pressure here and see how many walls they'll hit, as Luke Harvey almost clips that one.
Yeah, so at the moment, the guys that have had to bring those cars into pit, we've had the 623. Let's bring up the driver info here. Christian Hinton, KRF West End Mazda Motorsports, had to get that car repaired. They lost 10.9 seconds in the pits. The 101, Adam Wyburn for Soldier On Racing. Well, they're soldiering on now because they've had to spend a long time in pit lane and getting that car fixed. Of course, we mentioned Shane Rayner, SDC Motorsports DHM. He's probably used a fast repair on that, 9.8 seconds. And of course, Nick Hausler just behind him in the Pagnian sponsored Stealth Sim Sport, tongue twister, also having to use a fast repair from that first lap incident.
Brenton Hobson that last lap gained 3 positions, and TTL's Jake Maloney also gained 2 positions, so it'll put him up in the 6th position.
So we can see now as we're riding here with Brenton Hobson, he showed the nose to Luke Harvey. He wants to get through. I have a feeling Luke is struggling a little bit here tonight, and he's got under attack.
Yeah, as Brenton sneaks up on the inside just before, that could have been terrible going too wide through there, as he'll get through up into 2nd position now.
And we can see now Daniel Ackland, he wants to get through. He did give Luke a bit of a hurry up tap here, and he does it again, just kisses the back of it, says, you know, that's pretty much Morse code for let me through, you're holding me up a little bit.
Yeah, Luke Harvey must have a lot of straight line speed loss at the moment, as they do seem to catch him quite easy on those back areas of the track, but he seems to sneak away just a little bit from Daniel Ackland this time by coming into the final chicane.
Yeah, we're just watching. He seems to be a little bit weak there under brakes, but coming into the Wall of Champions, you have to, you know, take a big breath in and hope you come out the other side.
Yeah, definitely is. ANZ's Jordan Murphy is still sneaking away. A fair bit of a gap now straight up into the race.
Yeah, Jordan's doing a fantastic job, isn't he? As we see, the actual gap he's got is, 3.16 seconds last time past the start-finish line.
Yeah, Brenton Hobson's catching him quite quickly now. It's down to 3 seconds. But with everyone and getting mixed up in all those passes, he's been able to sneak away just a little bit to get enough breathing room to give him a bit of reinsurance.
Yeah, and if we look at the previous lap time, as we can see there, Brenton getting it all sideways as he throws it in there. Jordan Murphy, 136.747. Brenton Hobson did a 137.530, and then we've got Luke Harvey there struggling a bit, it must be said, with a 138.464. So he's caught on the back of Brenton, but that's probably to do with that big slide.
As we jump back to 9th and 10th, the PRA number 1 of Brady Myers and Sean Thompson and GTI PFR team number 1 battling for 9th and 10th position at the moment.
Yeah, so that's Sean Thompson on the outside. Brady's looking on the inside. Wall of Champions throws it in, and if he holds on, he's got it a bit twirly. Well, they both got it squirrely, and he made that move. Good job.
Great pass by Brady Myers there.
I tell you what, after Sean Thompson got it a bit crossed up, Peter Sattler pounced, and he's up to 10th, pushing Sean 2 positions down. So he's gone from 9th down to 11th in about 2 corners.
Yeah, PRA this season have definitely shown some dominance. You can see with their car currently in the top 10 position. The boys have definitely come to town tonight and they're not mucking around.
Yeah, that's for sure, and it it's great to see them out there in a beautiful livery. I think we saw that last round, but I tell you what, top 10 this early on, it's a great result for these guys at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. The top 10 only spread out by about 13.5 seconds at the moment. It means there is not much room of racing, and it will become down to the wire if this was the end.
Yeah, well, we can see now Possie's having a look on Sean Thompson. He's going the long way around. Sean should hold this in the hairpin, but I tell you what, Possie's hanging on the outside, and he did a great job there, and I think he's going to make this pass.
Jump on board on the camera you're on. He's currently got the edge just in front. Sean Thompson to the inside of the braking.
Yeah, good move.
Ozzy's able to make it pass, as now he's catching the stealth sim spoiler of Peter Sattler as he's back on his charge, back into his rightful position where he started the race.
I tell you what, Possie's got this car pretty much hooked up, hasn't he? Because he made that move around the outside of the hairpin, got the advantage. Now all of a sudden he's all over the back of that Pagnian sponsored car of Pete Sattler, and he wants to get another position here.
Yeah, he's definitely could do it. As he thinks about it and backs out, he thinks he'll stick behind him for a little bit and try to get a run out, possibly just like he did on Sean Thompson on that hairpin, but looks like he'll go up to the inside.
Tell you what, he squeezed that car through, and again he makes another position, and he's definitely got his eyes forward there. Tell you what though, Pete squeezed him as much as he could, fairly, and Glenn just sort of threaded the needle.
It looks like Pete will have another crack up the inside. Doesn't get a good run up off as him, as Sean Thompson looks like he's going to try and go for the pass in the next lap, and closely behind him is, bit of timing issues. Close behind him is the Performance Motorsports of Michael T. I'm not going to say his last name, can't say that, I don't want to get it wrong.
Yeah, it's Talajancic. There you go, I've butchered it now. We'll just call him Michael for the rest of the night.
I think so, I didn't want to screw it up.
Oh, it's alright, I'm used to doing that. So at the moment, the gap between Brenton Hobbs and Jordan Murphy is out to down to 2.7 seconds. But if we look further back, Luke Harvey, look at Luke's car, he's got the whole front left panel missing on that car.
Yeah, not sure what happened there. He must have hit something, but that's definitely going to ruin his straight line speed there, and possible steering damage will make it quite hard around these chicanes to pick where you're going.
Oh, it certainly will, and I think he'll just be hanging on to getting that car home on his stint. But then again, now I'm not seeing things, folks, but that panel that was missing, it looks like the panel beaters are raced out there and fixed it, and the panel's back.
Hi, I've just got it back myself. It must be a little bit of a graphics glitch on everyone's side there.
Either that, or they've got very brave mechanics that just throw Velcro backed panels at these cars as they go past at about 160 kilometres an hour.
Stapler guns to the side of them.
Or huge magnets, and they just suck the panels back on.
That'd be bloody awesome, I reckon. And just drive can just drop off panels when he doesn't want them.
It'd be like the DRS, wouldn't it?
Oh, that'd be quite amazing, to tell you the truth.
So we're going to jump back, folks, to the start of the race, because I want to check out what happened to Shane Raynor here at the start, and we'll have a look at it in super slow-mo.
He's missing his panel again. I'm not sure what's going on.
So we're just waiting for the start of this race. We're focusing on Shane Raynor here, folks, and he was starting along, well, He wasn't starting a long way down. He's 32nd at the moment. Tell you what, they have a huge grid here at the start, don't they? Oh yeah, there was a big crash at the start line there with the West End Mazda coming across. He got clouted big time. What's car's that in the wall? The 31 and the 660. My goodness, what a mess. So looking at those cars that were involved in that, the 660 is... Who is driving that car? Tony Pincan was driving that. The 31 we can see now totally trashed. That was driven by... who was that? Oh my goodness, I don't know. It was a 31. Shane Rayner. Yeah, so that explains why all those cars had to take to the pits. See now Luke Harvey's just been passed by Jake Maloney, and so Luke drops down to 4th. Daniel Ackland, he's dropped off now, and then we've got Henry King. He's worked his way into 6th position in the Simworks entry. Jason Bentz sitting in 7th, followed by Brady Mayers in 8th, 9th Glenn Postlethwaite, and then Philip Piggott in the other laser racing car, sitting in 10th at the moment. The gap, Bailey, is continuing to drop between Brenton Hobson and Jordan Murphy. The gap is now down to 2.9 seconds. Last time through, Jordan Murphy did a 1:37.489. Brenton Hobson did a 1:37.220.
Yeah, Brenton seemed to stuff up the start of that lap just a little bit and drops it back down to about 3.5 seconds. He's got it back down now to 3.2 seconds, as it would be just a battle of who can hold that car straight around those corners. Well, not exactly around those corners, but who can hold it straight coming out of that corner and getting that foot down as quick as possible.
Yeah, if they hold it straight going around corners, well, they're going to hit a wall. But Brendan Hobson appears to be missing a right front panel on his car, but we'll see if it reappears or if it's actually damaged.
Yeah, everyone's right front panel seems to be disappearing. It must be some new panel beaters on all the teams are really not doing that good of a job.
Well, there you go. The panel just got sucked back on again. It might be a new iRacing feature, you know, with the damage model. Let's have random panels drop off and put back on again.
I think they'll listen to us with the magnet.
yeah. I don't think anyone will listen to us apart from the viewers, and they're probably rolling their eyes at this point in time. The race has surprisingly settled down, hasn't it, Bailey?
Yeah, it has, with a fair bit of a gap happening now as top 10 is rounded out by laser racing. Bill Figgett, as he's having a bit of in the middle of a battle between Glenn Postlethwaite in front of him and Peter Sattler behind him, trying to get into the top 10 positions.
Yeah, and we can see this battle between Pete Sattler and Sean Thompson. Michael Talenjic is just behind him, and these guys are in quite a good battle, probably the battle of the race at the moment, although further down the track we can see there Brendan Jackson and David Miller for Redback Racing, and who's that? His teammate Aaron Lee fighting Stephen Lattimore at the moment for Race on Oz.
Bit of it.
Wow, that was me, wasn't it?
That sounded like you, Bernie. I was trying to get our viewers chat up then, see who is currently watching.
Yeah, I can see there's a few guys in there. We've got a few blokes there happy, cheering on one team, and then not so happy a minute later.
Yeah, in the chat there you've got Sean Thompson, who's currently out and tracking his car. You've also got in there Cooper Murray, who's driving with Jordan Murphy at the moment. He'll be sitting passenger at the moment, cheering him on, currently in first position.
Yeah, we're riding on the roof now of David Miller here for Redback Racing, and we can just see he's trying to chase down Stephen Lattimore here, and Stephen's car's looking a little bit loose under exit on these corners as he tries to get the power down. We'll see how he goes as he comes out of here. It must be a really hard track to get right in a V8 supercar.
Oh, it is, especially since V8 supercars aren't exactly designed to go over corners like that when they get airs of half a metre in the air and then just stomping back on the ground. The tyres definitely would get a beating from that, and especially with all the different turns, braking points, it's hard on the new tyre compound.
Yeah, and I noticed in the as Sean Thompson gets it crossed up coming past Wall of Champions, he's going to be vulnerable here as Michael makes a move.
And off track 416. Sorry, the number 416 of Way South Racing in turn number 2 with Andrew Johnson in the car there was having a bit of trouble. He went out a bit wide.
We just saw Performance Motorsports take another position as Sean Thompson now drops down to 13th position, so he's slowly going backwards as this race unfolds. We're only on lap 11 and there's still 3 hours 41 minutes left if this race goes time certain.
Don't remind me, Bernie.
Oh, it's alright, I got my coffee, mate.
I haven't got coffee, I haven't got any drinks to tell you the truth.
Oh, you should have prepared.
See, I was more worried about you getting here on time.
Yeah, well, I got in with 5 minutes to spare.
Yeah, that's good.
So we're riding now with Sean Thompson. He has a look on the inside, shows his nose, thinks twice of it. We'll see what sort of a run he gets. Well, not as good as Michael by the looks of it.
As we just jump on board that beautifully presented GTI car as we're seeing every round. They've done a very good job there, especially with the secondary sponsor for that car, the Kiani car. Looks like he'll sit on his tail, see if he can get a nice run out of here. Goes past the Wall of Fame. Bit of the grass will slow him down.
And that's where Sean's losing it as he mounts that final curve at the Wall of Champions. The car's getting very unsettled, and he's definitely wrestling some sort of setup issue in that car.
As he takes it just a little bit sideways there, will definitely disadvantage him later in the race as he locks it up or just holds on to it.
Yeah, he could possibly be overdriving this car a fair bit. You can see it. He's absolutely on the limit, and he's spinning the wheels as he's putting the accelerator down, exiting these corners.
Yeah, you'll see quite often car drivers who lose positions will try to gain those back as quick as possible.
We're under safety car here at Circuit Villeneuve. This is probably the first of the time safety cars.
Yeah, I'll quickly check in with race control quickly now, Bernie, for you.
Yeah, that'd be great. We'll get that news to you soon, folks, if that is a time safety car or if there's been an incident. If there has been, we'll definitely take you to that.
Yeah, we'll find out as soon as possible from Brody as we are 14 laps in, and 132 more to go.
Yeah, it's a walk in the park, isn't it? So I guess for the viewers just joining us here for the first time, basically from what I understand, they'll form up. They've got one form up lap. The pits will open. They'll come in. They only really get one opportunity because once they get to the end of lap 3, they're back into it again.
Yeah, nice quick safety cars for the car drivers to either swap out there to their secondary driver or back into their primary driver, get a bit of fuel, put some new tyres on that one, do their best to gain as many positions up front as possible from the time they've lost from the starting grid.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see who takes advantage of this safety car. I'm expecting the ones that are struggling a little bit may possibly come in. Like, it'll be interesting to see if Luke Harvey stays out or if he throws Ian into this car and see if Ian can tame it a little bit, or if they need to make any adjustments to it in the pits. So when it comes to the V8 Supercar, Bailey, what sort of adjustments can they actually make with these cars once they're in race underway?
A lot of drivers will change the tyre temperature as the grip and the temperature change throughout the race. They'll also change their roll bars and their trying to think of it off the top of my head. They're something to do with percentage. I can't even think it off the top of my head, but they'll change that throughout the race, and especially during pit stops when they've just got those few seconds to have a quick tamper with it to see what they can get out of the car and how many more attempts they can.
As we see now, the safety cars caught them up, and as soon as they can, we have Brenton Hobbs and Jordan Murphy diving in for the pit straight away. Let's go to the chopper or the blimp and see who else is in. Well, we've probably got about half the field is, well, more than half the field is streaming through at the moment into pit lane.
Yeah, I saw one car stay out. I'm not exactly sure who it is. I'll quickly have a quick check on that one when I can. But you see all the pit crews getting really busy as Dave Miller stayed out for Redback Racing Team, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, so the guys in the pits, we have a lot in there. We've got Luke Harvey, he did dive in the pits. We'll see if he jumps out of that car or not. And let's get down to a better view here. We had Brenton Hobson also in, Jake Maloney, Brady Myers, Henry King, Cooper Murray, Philip Piggott, Ben Twydale was in. Sean Thompson also chose to dive in to the pits, as well as Brenton O'Brien in the 226. So the question is, who didn't stop? And that was the Redback Racing boys. David Miller, currently in P1 now, he chose to stay out. Aaron Lee, his teammate in second, stayed out. Sean Chappell for HTR2 decided to also stay out. So did Greg Hamilton for Team KRF West End Mazda, and Benjamin Smith for Race on Oz. So it's going to be interesting, Bailey. We've seen this before where guys have chosen to stay out and it's bitten them because their tyres have gone off and they've just been a sitting duck. So question is that going to happen here again tonight?
Yeah, they'll be working on a reverse strategy behind the scenes, and there's a possibility they'll be looking at a green stop pit stop, which is just not good, as you lose an average of 40 to 50 seconds on a pit stop. That's half a lap you lose on someone who was in front of you or behind you, cars gaining on front of you. So you'd have a lot of work, and if they were to re-pit on the next yellow, you'd be in quite a bit of trouble, as they would be in quite a better position than you.
Yeah, well, the gamble isn't it, is how long till the next safety car comes out, and it's quite a big gamble considering we're only on lap 14. If these top 5 drivers have to pit under green, their race is going to be in a shambles, because it's going to cost them a lot of positions. Looking at the guys that did pit, Brenton Hobson was he's currently sitting in 9th position.
Yeah, he had a good pit stop there. He was in the pit lane for 51.9 seconds. They go back green flag racing now. Cooper Murray come out of pit lane. Where is he? In 14th. He was in first as they went down into pit lane.
See them, it's always a dangerous time here, isn't it, when they restart. We can see them too wide. KRF on the outside as they come in. That's Christian Hinton into the chicane. I'll tell you what, you really have to watch yourself when on these restarts, don't you?
Oh, definitely, and it looks like a few team orders been thrown around. Redback's Aaron Lee has now gone to first position. HTR Sean Chaplin third. Benjamin up fourth now. And Greg Hamilton on that yellow made 26 positions up for the Team KRF West End Mazda entry.
Can just see a super slow-mo here. Luke Harvey got a bit of a nerf there, up on 2 wheels. He managed to keep it off the wall, but he's dropped a lot of positions.
Brent Hobson gets back up in the 7th position, passing Jamie Owens. Jason Benz passes Greg Hamilton. He drops again. Brent Hobson up to 6th. Jamie Owens gets a position up on Christian Hinton, up into 8th position.
And this is... you know, when we've got cars in front of these guys that haven't pitted, if Brenton can get through all this traffic, get back up to the pointy end, he can get a considerable gap on the guys that have already pitted as well, because he's up to 6th. Cooper Murray, he's in 9th position, so he's dropped 3 positions compared to Brenton as there's a crash coming in.
Big one, cars flying everywhere. I think I saw a fair few of your top leaders up there. Brent Hobson, they're still hitting each other, coming around 3 wide around the corner.
Yeah, it was pretty messy there. We're going to have a look in a minute at the replay when this settles down, but I tell you what, it's all action here tonight.
Definitely. Cooper Murray makes it up in the 4th position. Jake Maloney in the TTL car gets up in the 5th position now, as the 2 Redback Racing cars now get a 4-second lap lead now, as that will advantage them, as they're going to keep going 2 wide all the way down into the chicane to see what they can do.
Yeah, we're looking back here at 15th as well, and I tell you what, that's Luke Harvey down there in 15th. He's right behind Henry King in front of Ian Bird, and he's got a lot of work to do now to try to get that Logitech car back up the front.
Yeah, definitely. Brent Hobson dropped to 8th, now gets back up to 7th after going... I'm pretty sure he went sideways. We see another one go off the track there. I can't tell exactly who it is. A West End Entries car. I couldn't exactly tell you who it was. I'll quickly get a replay of that one for you, Bernie. Yeah,
we'll go and have a look at that. And the problem is, folks, with... with Circuit Villeneuve, you get so many off-tracks every lap, it's really hard to find the cars that are actually the ones we want to focus on here.
Yeah, definitely Jason Benz spills off into the pit lane for a lot of front-end damage there. And that was Christian Hinton. He was in the top 10 at the restart, and it's now dropped all the way back down to... all the way back out of the top 20, which was definitely a bad loss for that team.
Yeah, we're going to have a look at the replay here, and that was Jason Bentz that was involved in this accident. So you can see there the 88's turned around the 44, and then it's all just everyone's just started ploughing into each other, I think. But Jason Bentz, he had absolutely nowhere to go, and he was probably the unlucky one because he wasn't involved in that accident. It was actually the Synergy Sim Racing one that caused it. He also got into the HTR car before exiting stage left.
Yeah, very upsetting for the team, as we'll read off your top 5 on lap 18. Currently first is the Redback Racing Aaron Lee. 2, Darren Miller, also in the Redback Racing number 1. Race on Oz is Benjamin J. Smith. Cooper Murray is in 4th for the ANZ. Back now up to 3rd, which will put Benjamin J. Smith into 4th. And running at top 5 is the Team TTL, Jake Maloney.
Fantastic, and we're just having a look at the super slow-mo there, but quite a lot of damage there on Jason Bentz's car, another fast repair, and a bit of work to do for that laser racing car. He's in fact still in there getting that car repaired, so I'd say they're not using their fast repair for that problem.
Yeah, they're only allowed 2 fast repairs per race, Ernie.
So maybe they may have chosen not to use one. They should have some up their sleeve, but they also may have inadvertently not had that selected when they came into the pit lane.
Yeah, definitely. Sean Thompson in 085 PFR PTI entry number 1 to there. Got a lot of front end damage, will definitely affect his downforce. The Redback team laser and the laser car behind him will be definitely charging forward to look for a position there.
He certainly will, and yeah, he's lost his whole bonnet, hasn't he? And see if we can find out what's happened to him. He hasn't had any off track, so I'd say he's just run up the back of someone.
Yeah, it's a possibility. I'm just going to quickly jump back on the replay and see what happened there.
At the moment up front we have David Miller, Aaron Lee's leading, and he's got a gap of 4.2 seconds over his teammate David Miller in second. Cooper Murray now, he's up to third and pressing forward. Cooper was of course one of the cars that came in for that first pit stop under yellow, and all of a sudden you can see that pit stop's paid off because he's all over the back of the two, well, David Miller anyway. And then we've got Jake Maloney sitting back there. As we can see now, David Miller just got passed by Cooper Murray under brakes.
Yeah, Sean Thompson not having a nice night. He is off the track. He looks like, I'm being told, he hit the back of someone's car, on the restart from the earrings of it, and that's what's caused him to lose a bonnet.
Okay, well that's pretty easy to do. He was probably caught up in the aftermath of that first lap incident, and I tell you what, it's not hard to run up the back of someone, isn't it, when they all start checking up. As we see the 91 there going sideways, that was Benjamin Smith, and I'll tell you what, he's still fighting that car, and now all of a sudden Brenton Hobson's making up another position.
Yep, up he goes up the inside there. He'll be looking to get behind the backside of that Redback racing car now. David Miller has dropped the 4th position. TTL Jakes Maloney has passed him now. Double zero of Henry King having a little bit sideways coming out of the World Champions.
Yeah, Henry's having a good race, isn't he, in that Simworks entry?
Yeah, it definitely is. I'll just have a quick check of a message.
It's probably saying, ha ha, I've got coffee, you don't have any.
Yeah, thanks, Benny.
Yeah, no worries. Oh, as we see now, Henry King making a dive and pulls that off. That was on Jamie Owens in the other Redback car, and a good move there by Henry King. Now Philip Piggott's going to have a go on Jamie. You can smell blood, he makes that move, and then Luke Harvey's now lining up, so Jamie is under attack here, and I tell you what, Luke will have his eyes forward because he'll be wanting to get that car back up the pointy end after turning it into up on 2 wheels there.
Definitely, Bernie. Sorry, just quickly doing a couple of things.
Yeah, no worries. And I'll tell you what though, Jamie Owens, he's under a bit of pressure here. He's dropped about 3 or 4 positions.
Luke Harvey's got himself back up into the top 10 now, and see what he can do. Is he's gaining seconds currently. Hobson's up in the 3rd.
Yeah, well, something's happened to Aaron Lee here. He had a 4.2 second lead. All of a sudden he's now right down in 4th position, and it could be tyres, I guess, but he seemed to have lost it pretty quickly, didn't he?
Yeah, I'm unsure what happens, but he's on a 21 lap stint now. Same car just behind him, the other Redback car also on a 21 lap stint. Also back in 7th position. All cars that stayed out obviously would be, but Benjamin's now on a 21 lap stint, so they'll be looking to pit sometime soon.
We're just having a look at this replay with Brady Maris. He made a move and collected wheels with, I'm not sure who that was. I think it was one of the redback cars, and straight into the fence there. So he's going to have to limp around and get that car fixed if he's got any steering damage.
Definitely.
Just having a look, and yeah, he's definitely got steering damage as he has to limp that car back to the pits. Yeah, and he came together with David Miller from Redback Racing.
Very unfortunate there.
Yeah, he chose not to bring it in though, so he must be happy enough that he can press on with that car.
A-okay.
So also we've got Poncia from Italy watching here tonight, folks. So welcome, Poncia. Hope you're enjoying our telecast of the Australian Online Supercar Championships. It's round 8 at Circuit Villeneuve. So I tell you what, Cooper Murray's now coming under pressure from Jake Maloney, and Jake's looking pretty racy in the number 92 here, but they've got Brenton Hobson right behind them. All three of these guys are pitted, so you know, the race is definitely going their way in these early laps. We've still got how many left? Probably only about 127 laps.
Good math. I think it's close enough for my likings.
Yeah, in 3 hours 20 if we go time certain. So, you know, these long races, they always make an interesting Friday night, that's for sure. Generally late Friday night too.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's the last, I think it was the last 650. I can't remember exactly which one. That one went on to about 1 o'clock in the morning. Our time.
Yeah, and I tell you what, Bailey, I don't think I'd want to do this without a nice cup of coffee to keep me awake. Silence from you. You didn't buy it.
Yeah, I'll give you that one, alright?
So you can see there, Brenton puts a foot down, he gets it sideways slightly and pushes on. And I tell you what, Jake's having a great race here in second position at the moment. He's the leading Ford car in a sandwich of 2 Holdens.
I love a bit of Holden action there, but yeah, he is having quite a bit of a battle there in behind Murray and Hobson behind him there. As they seem to have pushed away from the field just a little bit.
Yeah, last time by, Brenton had a gap of 5.5 seconds over Aaron Lee in the 031. Aaron's quite a fast driver, but he might be struggling and might be ruining the decision to keep that car out. As we see now, Jake Maloney having a look. He's got a slowdown penalty, and that's released Brenton Hobson.
Yeah, they're very harsh around here.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to cop a slowdown, isn't it? Especially when you go through the wall of champions. You can just see another car coming out of the pits and going 1 lap down. And I'm just trying to get a number. It's the Mobile 1 car.
I'm not sure, Benny.
Yeah, no worries. But he definitely got out of the way. As we see now, Jake puts the foot down. He's lost quite a gap to the front two with that slowdown. and he's got a lot of work to do to catch up. We'll actually give you a live gap as they go across the line next time through, but he's almost dropped back into the clutches of Aaron Lee. Just having a look further down the field to see if there's any more battles going on. We do have one between Bruce Keeley in the 95. They're down in 14th. He's making his way up past Ian Bird, the 032 of the Redback Racing team. I think the Redback boys have about 4 cars in here tonight, so a good showing by them.
Yeah, Posy was Glenn Postleway, sorry, was driving that Synergy Sim Racing number 7 before the yellow flag came out. Looks like Bruce Keeley's come out in the car, and they're down to 14th position now. Looks like he'll have a look up the inside of the Redback car, tries to sneak back in behind him.
Yeah, and it's an interesting strategy. A lot of the other drivers have chosen to stay out, but Possy's jumped out of that car early on, get his teammate in to start clocking up those laps. I guess the good thing about this is they're not putting themselves into a corner, are they? Because both drivers are getting the same amount of laps, and it leaves them open to whichever driver feels happiest with the way the setup is, and also the way the track turns in the coming 3 hours.
Yeah, you'll see how Bruce Keeley will go in these next 10-15 laps, see how he feels for the end of the race, if Glenn would take that 51% of the race. Brent to the outside of Murray, heading into the final chicane, side by side. Late braking from both. Murray will make it through.
Sorry folks, we're just cleaning up some communication issues here, which Bailey's having a look at now for race control. So, having a look at the moment, Cooper Murray is leading now. Brendan Hobson's dropped back 1.6 seconds back to him. Jake Maloney now down 5.2 seconds after that slowdown. So he's lost a lot of time, and that's the gap as we promised last time through the start-finish line. See, Michael Talenjic is battling now. Daryl Carter just up ahead of him, that's for 10th and 11th. And then looking further down, we've got Ben Twydale here trying to catch up with Bruce Keeley, and Bruce in returns trying to chase down Ian Bird. That's for 12th, 13th and 14th. Going deeper into the field, it's pretty much spread out here. The closest guys would be Christian Hinton and Matthew Clowett. They're battling for 20th and 21st. As far as statistics go here, we have, let's have a look at what we've got here. We have 30 cars still on the lead lap. The last car on the lead lap is the 101, the soldier on entry of Adam Wyburn. And then we have 2 cars a lap down. That is the 31, Simon Pitt, driving that car. And I'll bring up the driver info for SDC SimSport. And he's 2 laps down now. Adrian Zeal is also 2 laps down. 4 laps down is Dean Landy. And then also Jason Bentz. He's in the pits still, trying to get that car repaired. And he's been in there since the restart, Bailey.
Yeah, it's a possibility those boys could have parked it for the night, trying to get it ready for the next round of the Australian Online Super Champion. Luke Harvey, I just saw, went up in the 7th position in that number 1 ERA car.
Yeah, he's moving forward, isn't he? And he's recovering from that incident earlier on. That luckily he didn't get any damage, but he definitely got that car high on two wheels and making a charge forward. His lap time a 1:38.279. The leaders are in the 1:37s, but they don't have to deal with traffic.
Cooper Murray, that hairpin locked it up a little bit as he's chasing down that Stealth Sim Sport car. Now, not sure if it's still an iRacing glitch or not. Nope, it's an iRacing glitch. They seem to lose their right front panels at the back half of the track and get it back on the front half, Bernie.
Yeah, it's the most interesting feature I've seen for a very long time. You know, you sometimes see one team getting it, but they are all consistently doing it now. So maybe they're starting a new trend, as we spoke about earlier, and it's a new way forward for V8 supercars.
Yeah, could possibly be.
Well, I guess they've got to spice it up. You know, the V8 Utes this year have spiced it up by putting them all in, a four-cylinder truck or whatever you'd call it. I don't know. I haven't seen one of the races, but I can't imagine they'd be all that exciting.
Yeah, I was having a little bit of a look at the broadcast probably a few hours before this one, just to get a bit of an idea of what's going on over there, and they are looking like some fun.
Okay, so you reckon they're going to be entertaining?
I still remember late last year when there was an Australian one opened up. It's a bit of fun, like a full Australian one, just for a few fun races, and that got a lot of attention from a lot of your V8 supercar drivers here tonight, as it's just something different, another car to jump in and drive, and just getting a knowledge of all the cars is quite good for all drivers.
Oh, fair enough, yeah, so that's a good counter argument.
Sure is.
So you can see now Luke Harvey on the inside of David Miller here as they come up towards the wall of champions, and it's going to be who blinks first. And I'll tell you what, I don't think it'll be Luke. He's got a good line here, and yeah, David Miller lets him have that position. And tell you what, you'd have to be nuts to try to press your luck coming into the wall of champions, wouldn't you?
Oh, it'd be scary coming in there, as down goes pit lane, and number 031 of Aaron Lee goes in the pit lane along with the number 91 race on Oscar Benjamin J. Smith.
Yeah, so both of these cars were the ones that stayed out on the yellow, wasn't it? And they've had to bring it in. Their gamble just has not paid off. David Miller, he's still hanging out there, but I reckon he's going to have to bring that car in. He's sitting in 6th at the moment, but yeah, the gamble just doesn't pay off.
Yeah, it looks like he'll be heading down pit lane very, very shortly. It looks like they'll get about 28, 29, 30 if they're lucky to laps out of the tank. But it's very hard to fuel save around this track, as you want to get out of those corners as quick as possible. But you've got to save that fuel, and a lot of strategies cars do these days is short shifting out of corners, save fuel and using a bit less fuel to get the car out. But getting out of these corners will just take a long time for cars if they do short shift, Bernie.
Yeah, it certainly will. I'm about to sneeze.
Oh, I would love to hear that.
Sorry, folks. Hay fever or whatever. But yeah, all the guys that did stay out, they're all coming into the pits now. We've seen John Courtney just come in. Greg Hamilton also had to come in. We'll see if David Miller peels off this time, but he can't stay out much longer, as he's now coming in as well. And the only other one, Sean Chappell, which I reckon he's going to have to bring it in too, because they must be at the absolute limit of fuel, 30 laps. And as you just said, Bailey, they must only have a couple of litres left in the tank.
I'd be lucky to see him get down pit lane with that much fuel. That would be pushing it to the limit there in the car, as it is 112 litres in the car tonight. There is no fuel restrictions.
Well, I tell you what, Sean continues to roll the dice here. He did not bring this car in, and he's going to go around completing now his 30th lap. He's on his 31st in the 444, and we'll see if he makes it or whether he has to get out and push this car.
Yeah, I'm about to just jump on board with him if I can find the right car. There it is.
It's number 16th 444, and we've got a car in front of him just went into the wall, and that was Ben Twydale.
That was quite a hard knock there, but just a little knock with these cars and they'll throw the steering off and possibly take you out of the game for the rest of the race.
Well, actually, he didn't hit the wall. The car in front of him did, and that was the 226 Brenton O'Brien went into the wall. Let's go back and have a look at Mr. O'Brien. He's driving in the MS Limited Edition entry tonight for Evolution Racing Australia, and we'll just see how he managed the chicane. Well, actually, he got together with Ben Twydale, so that's how that all started on entry there.
Yes. Who am I looking at? Sorry. Brenton Hobson went to the lead. I'm just having a quick look at what happened there. He's still out on track. Having a quick look to see what happened with Cooper Murray. No, he goes back to the lead. Not sure what's going on there with the timing system.
Yeah, a bit of another glitch there. Sean Chappell, he has now brought that car into pit lane, and just ahead of him is that might be Brenton O'Brien has brought that car in. It is Brenton O'Brien, so he might have suffered a bit of damage after that contact with Ben Twydale.
Yeah, possibly there, Bernie. As lap traffic will hold the leaders up just a little bit now, but they have definitely spread out quite a bit. 3.5 seconds from first to second between Cooper Murray and Brenton Hobson. Second to third is another 4 seconds on top of that. Then if you go back to fourth, they're 20 seconds behind Cooper Murray, who is currently in first. Brady Myers in fourth position. That Progression Racing Australia car has definitely had a great run tonight. But as you can see, the top three cars are just running away with the race at the moment.
Yeah, they sure are, and Luke Harvey at the moment doing a great job there in the Logitech entry. He's up to fifth now, 22 seconds down. He's lapping consistently in the 138s. The front three are still lapping consistently in the 137s.
Yes, I just saw Jake Maloney sets the quickest lap of the race of 136.644.
That's a huge. Jake's quite an exciting driver, isn't he? And you can just see the way he likes to slide that car out and really give it heaps.
Yeah, I love to watch Jake. It's good to. I learn a lot of things off him driving the V8 Supercar when I go out to drive it myself. It's quite an adventurous man when it comes to the V8 Supercar.
So that means he likes to wring its neck, is that right?
You could say that, Bernie.
Well, normally when someone says they're an adventurous driver, they're either one, mental, or two, mental and wringing the neck of the car.
He loves to push that car to the limit for sure.
And he's doing a good job there, sitting in third position. But Brady Myers for PRA, they're putting on a great show tonight, and sitting there in fourth, 20 seconds down, but there's still going to be another safety car coming out at some point tonight, and we'll see how it goes. And it's quite interesting, isn't it? Like, I think the last round we had the first half, we had the safety cars come out, and then the second half was just a pretty much race to the end.
Yeah, it was, Bernie. I was unfortunately not here for that one. I was a bit of a look and wasn't here, but yeah, I definitely was able to look back at the replay of that one and see what happened.
Yeah, so at the moment, folks, we've got Cooper Murray leading 3.6 seconds back to Brenton Hobson, so we see them come through. Then 7.9 seconds back to Jake Maloney for Team TTL, and tell you what, I love that shot, watching them come across that ripple strip close up.
I'd love to see us get our camera crew get a fence camera at the Wall of Champions, sorry, and just get how close they can get.
Well, I might get our camera team onto that, and we will get a cameraman. We'll Velcro him to the wall, and we'll tell him just to breathe in, and he'll be okay. How's that sound? Do you reckon he'd believe us?
I reckon give him a crash helmet, and he'll be fine.
A crash helmet. Okay. Okay, we can do that.
And I reckon we could chuck Joshua Rogers there. He's quick enough to run away if the car's coming.
Okay, so we strap a helmet on Josh Rogers, give him a camcorder, stand him up there, Velcro him to the wall. Maybe we'll get Sean Thompson to come through. How's that sound?
Oh, I don't think he can run away from that one.
So yeah, they're spreading out a bit at the moment. Daryl Carter and Bruce Keeley continue this battle for 6th and 7th, and it's starting to sort of even out now as all the guys start to find that their tyres are wearing out.
Yeah, 20 laps since that last, sorry, not since the last, but the random safety car. Up the inside goes the Redback racing car. Gets the pass done, the 350 onto Sean Thompson, the 085. Getting sandwiched by two Redback racing cars there. Wonder how he feels about that one.
Oh, he'd be fine with it, I'm sure.
Especially after seeing some of the posts he's had on lately.
Yeah, he'd be going, oh, it's all good.
Oh,
yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, he's got Stephen Varga right behind him in the 149, and Stephen wants to join his teammate up there, but he's got to get past the Mr. Thompson in the GTI entry.
As Bruce Keeley gets past Daryl Carter, he'll now be on the charge to go up to the top 5 if he sees the pack up just ahead.
Yeah, so let's have a look at your top 10 as it stands at the moment, folks. So ANZ Elwood and Hudson lead 2.9 seconds over Synergy Sim Racing 1 in second. Team TTL 8 seconds down in third, followed by Progression Racing Australia in fourth. Fifth position Performance Motorsports Chassis 1, followed by Synergy Sim Racing 7 and Stealth Sim Sport 2 in seventh. PFR Team Kiani in 8th, followed by Race on Oz, the number 51 entry, in 9th, and then Redback Racing Team 032 round out your top 10.
Laps into the race now. 32nd for Cooper Murray. He comes over the line with two cars ahead, looking like they'll give way to him to go by. Oh, almost cleans one of them up. The number 9 there, as he's definitely pushing forward now, trying to get as much gap as he can on Brenton Hobson when they next go in pit.
So Bailey, do you reckon we should have some sort of a bet on what lap the safety car is going to come out on?
Don't make bets. You know I can win, Bernie.
No, you're not allowed to bet if you know.
I've got no clue to tell the truth. Being such a long race, I'd probably see it come out in the second half of the race. Not too close to the end to help drivers with fuel and tyres, etc. I would put it lap maybe 85. I'm going to put it on
85. Okay. Well, I've had a look at my pet squid here, pet octopus. It reckons it's going to come out around about lap 78.
Oh, so sorry to butt in there. Cooper Murray T-bones the number, was that the 226 car there, as he comes around their hairpin. He'll have a bit of front end damage there, and that helped Brenton Hobson there get a bit of time back on Cooper Murray now. Makes it a 3.3 second gap, and he's gaining on him. So it could be a possibility. Cooper Murray with huge front end damage could possibly pit next lap and could throw his strategy out.
We're just having a look, and it was a second hit that actually damaged that car, and it was a 226 he hit. I think that was Brenton O'Brien, it was.
That's a big one, as it looks like that car can't hold straight right now. And Brenton Hobson will definitely capitalise on this one and try to get that first position back.
Yeah, he's definitely suffering out there, isn't he, with that damage. I'm surprised he didn't bring it straight in, you know, but he's pressing on, and I guess, you know, while he's leading, he's going to keep on going, but all of a sudden Brendan Hobson's all over the back here of Cooper Murray here, and yeah,
I think Brenton Hobson's just giving him a little bit of room. Because of that damage, anything could happen, so he's just giving himself a little bit of insurance there to make sure he doesn't go sideways on him and he gets cleaned up himself. But his car's looking pretty nice at the moment.
Yeah, at the moment, unless he collects. Let's jump in the car with Cooper Murray here and just have a look at the way he's having to wrestle this car. He's moving over to the right. It looks like it's tracking pretty straight, but it's just steering like a boat.
Yeah, it's a possibility he'll go inside. Brenton Hobson goes on the outside. Last time Brenton Hobson did that, he got a slowdown penalty. I couldn't see what happened there because I was on a different camera view, but it looks like he possibly could have got another slowdown penalty there as the 226 gets back in front of him.
Yeah, and we can see where's Jake Maloney. He's wanting to get in on the action here. It gets a bit confusing, doesn't it? Because they've got traffic, lap traffic in between Cooper Murray, Brenton Hobson, and Cooper's pushing on. But I tell you what, he's got his hands full, as you can just see him working that wheel and hoping he doesn't find a wall.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be him in that situation. I'd be quite scared, as Brenton Hobson definitely got a huge slowdown penalty then. 3 cars get by him. The race on Oscar there. 226 get by him there also, as Cooper Murray will continue the charge.
So looking at the lap times Cooper Murray's doing now, he's down in the 139s with all that damage. You know, maybe he's just trying to hold on and see if he can make it to the next safety car.
Yeah, possibly, with not knowing when that safety car will come out, to tell you the truth. It'll be definitely hard for him, as they are on a 25 lap stint now, so they are coming to the end of their fuel life and tyre life, so he might be trying to hold on for that, or as Brenton Hobson comes in the pit now.
Yeah, so he's doing his second stop now, and lap 39. So that looks to me like he's pitting a bit early. What do you think?
Well, I really am unsure, because last time I said something, it ended up working in the favours of Josh Rogers. But this early in the race, anything could happen, sure. As Todd Parks looks like he'll jump in the car now.
Yeah, so it's time now to start getting Todd's laps up, because the co-drivers have to do 50 laps minimum here to qualify the car for the end of the race. Well, not qualify, to make sure the rules are adhered to. As now Cooper Murray, he's having a look on the inside. That's a GTI car, and I'm just wondering who that is going to the outside. and I think that might have been Sean Thompson. Sean's currently in 19th position and goes down a lap. So I tell you what, even though his car's got a lot of damage on it, Cooper Murray's not holding back here.
No, not at all, as he'll come into the pit lane this time by.
Yeah, and we'll see if he uses a fast repair on that car. So, you know, he hasn't really lost anything, has he, from that impact?
No, not at all, as TTL's Jake Maloney goes into pit lane also.
Yeah, he's shadowing him, isn't he? And we can see now Luke Harvey's going through. He's staying out. He's currently sitting in 13th position. It wasn't actually Luke, it was another Logitech car. I thought they only had one out there.
Yeah, I'm unsure there, as Brady Martin now going to lead. And I've just been informed by race control there was an incident between the 226 and again the 226, sorry, and the number 371. It was a racing incident, so no penalty was served there. But there is another penalty being looked at, possibly on lap 36. I haven't been told exactly who by, but they'll be having a keep a close eye on this starting as penalties will be starting to be served for not only racing and hitting each other, crashing and bashing. They'll be coming up on racing points instance. I'm not 100% what you call them. Incident points, sorry. That'll be getting close to some of the drivers possibly having to serve that 35-second penalty.
Okay, well that's definitely going to shake it up a bit. And that's what I like about this series, is you get the random safety cars, keeps the drivers on their toes. The other one that always keeps it interesting is the penalties when they start accruing those incident points.
Yeah, it definitely does, Bernie, as the TTL getting by the number 56 himself, Sports, for that pass. He'll make it tricky for him going into the chicane.
So at the moment, Brady Myers is leading in the PRA entry, the 89 here. It's got a little bit of a few scuff marks, losing the back end there, but you know, all in all, it's not looking too bad.
Yeah, he's got quite a bit of a lead there, as I just jumped on board him to see a camera view. He's got a 17.2 second lead, sorry, over the Performance Motorsport Chassis Michael.
Yeah, Michael Tallenjack there, as you said, 17.2 seconds. Bruce Keeley not too far back, sitting in third, and 18 seconds down from the leader. And then Daryl Carter and Brendan Jackson. Yeah,
so just a quick couple of times here. An average pit stop time with a driver changeover is about 1:10 seconds. So if PRA were to change over driver, they would go about 30-40 seconds behind the leaders.
Wow, that's quite a big deficit, isn't it?
Yeah, especially when you've got another 2 hours and 50 minutes to go of this race. It will come down to who's quicker on the track, but those top 3 guys, Cooper Murray, Brenton Hobson, and PTL Jake Maloney, have just shown dominance so far tonight.
Certainly have, but I tell you what, I'm not riding off Evolution Racing Australia, the number 1. Luke Harvey's driving it at the moment. They've got Ian Ford waiting in the wings there, probably getting his helmet ready to jump in soon. And this car is very competitive, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it later on tonight up there fighting with Cooper Murray, Jake Maloney, and Brenton Hobson.
Yeah, I'm just having a quick look. Where are they?
They're down in 11th at the moment.
There they are. Yep, got them.
Yeah, so they're 48 seconds down, but you know, I don't know what it is. Well, I do know what it is. It's two things: talent and strategy. But ERA and Synergy Sim Racing are the two standout performers in this sort of category of endurance racing, and they just seem to, most of the time, get it right.
Yeah, definitely, Bernie. Cooper Murray's now up to 5th position. Big jump up there as he'll set the quickest lap for the race of a 1:36.596. Team TTL's Jake Maloney now up to 7th position over Todd Parks, who'll drop back a position to number 8.
And he just got past Craig Jones in the Way South Racing entry there.
Yeah, so number 375 looks to be battling Brady Miser. He'll probably be on his last lap till he comes into pit. Michael from Performance Motorsport Chassis pits as Bruce Kelly will go up to 2nd position now. He looks like he'll pit next lap. It looks like he'll get about 30 laps out of a tank.
Yeah, so lap 43 here as we now see Cooper Murray coming through once more to complete lap 43. He's on lap 44. Where's Brendan Jackson? So we've got the two Team Kiani cars here, nose to tail. I think one's just come out of the pits and the other one is possibly down a lap.
Yeah, possibly there, Bernie. Haven't seen Mark Newton in the car as much, but he's definitely got some speed and can do something for the number 28 there, the Kiani car there.
Just having a look, folks. You know I love my stats. Well, the last car on the lead lap is Tyler Blackburn for Race on Oz, the number 91, and he's in a great battle here, I think, with Mark Samuel as they go side by side coming across the line. You've got a GTI car just in front of them, and these guys are having a really good race.
Yeah, it's great to watch as Sean goes sideways a little bit there.
Oh, it's Mr. Thompson again. You know, he just loves to get that car into the thick of things, doesn't he?
I think he just loves the airtime. He's watching the, probably watching the broadcast right now, listening to it at least and going, yeah, look at me, I'm on the broadcast.
Yeah, I reckon he looks at the big screens as he goes past. He doesn't want to look too many times because he just got the back end sliding as Tyler tries to match him and wheel spins it out of that corner.
Yeah, for sure. He's probably got a little bit of a blocks out the team radio and listens to us.
Oh, he'd fall asleep at the wheel if he was doing that. Oh, he nearly went into the wall. I think you're right. I think you just spooked him.
Yeah, Cooper Murray now goes back up in the first. Todd Parks goes in the second as Bruce Keeley, Gene Fitters and Thomas Hines, who were in 3rd, 4th and 5th, have now pitted. Okay,
and Luke Harvey still stays out, and he's now into 3rd position and 36 laps, or 30, probably about 15 seconds down from Cooper Murray.
Not sure what happened to Team TTL's car. I'll have to find out what happened there, but they are now... Where are they? They're down in 28th in pit lane at the moment. Been in there for about 2 minutes, so not quite sure what happened there, Bernie, but I'll have a quick check back and see what I can do for you.
No worries, and let us know what you find out.
Yeah, that'll be quite upsetting for the team.
Yeah, it definitely would be. And the moment Cooper Murray's leading this, he's done his 3rd stop for the night, and just wait for it to go across. And no, it says he's in 3rd, so my telemetry's all messed up here. No, it doesn't. He's 1st. Todd Parks sitting in 2nd for Synergy Sim Racing 1. That car hasn't taken its 3rd stop yet. And Luke Harvey in 3rd, also not taking their stop. So I'm just having a look. really, if we look at the front runners, we've got Cooper Murray is the one that's taken his latest stop. Everyone else is on 2 stops here tonight.
Yeah, just getting onto that Team TTL incident on lap 44. Jake Maloney was at the wheel of the car. Corner 6, 7 and 8. He clipped the right-hander on the wall, then went to the outside wall. Hit that one quite hard and just drove it straight into the tyre wall. Unfortunately, at the end, couldn't do nothing. Had no brakes and no turning.
Wow, I'm just trying to find that to see if we can get the replay up and see what's unfolded for poor Jake Maloney here.
Yeah, that would be quite a big impact there for the team. Unfortunately, they were running quite strong there, looking into the podium position that finished there, which would have been great for the team to back up the last 650. Was it? Yeah, I think it's the last 650 Josh Rogers one. Nice 5-car battle back in the pack here as Thomas Hinz in the Kiani car is looking to gain a couple positions there. In behind the 032 of the Redback Racing car. Driven by Mark Samuel at the moment. He's leading the pack.
Keep on talking.
In behind them, we can see the number 91 sneak up on the 415. Sorry, 416 of Dean Lanley. As you guys possibly can't see, but I'm going to jump back up to the leaders now to see how they are going. There they are. As Cooper Murray's just got a massive 10-second lead on Todd Parks at the moment, followed by Luke Harvey in 3rd position, who is 17 seconds behind Cooper Murray. In 4th position, you've got Bill in the Laser Racing entry team. 5th is Aaron Lee. You saw didn't take the first stop on the yellow random safety flag. In 6th is Gene Fiddles in the PRA car. Progression Racing Australia. They've shown some very great performance in that number 890 car, who's currently 40 seconds behind the leader. 7th is Stephen Latemore in the Race on Oz, number 51 entry. 8th is the Redback Racing number 149 of Stephen Varga. 9th, Michael from Performance Modi Sport Chassis. And rounding out your top 10 is Brenton O'Brien in the Logitech ERE number 22 car. 226, sorry.
Yeah, and we saw Brenton get a bit of a serve earlier by Cooper Murray there as Cooper tried to lap him. We're just on a replay here at the moment, Bailey, to have a look at what happened to Jake Maloney. And we're just up lap 41 here trying to pick it up. That was the last time he had an off-track, believe it or not, according to my telemetry.
Yeah, lap 44, it looked like he had the incident. It was a big one too. It looked like a bit of a Scotty McLaughlin when he went into the tyre wheels last year in the V8 Supercar Series.
Okay, well I definitely want to see it now that you've told me about it. Someone's just blowing a motor out there too.
Didn't hear that one, but we'll have to find out who that was, because that is a very big loss of who that was. Number 00 car. 00 car of Richard Albert went a bit wide on the hairpin, letting Murray by, and the Pagnian 056 of Darryl Hockey in the car at the moment. It's making it very hard for Murray to get by him, but he'll let him by going into the final chicane. Oh, Murray almost clips the wall of champions, and that was getting close to the back end of the car there.
So yeah, there's a few issues going on at the moment with High-Tech Racing, with Craig Jones. He can't speak to his team at the moment because their voice chat is not working, and so yeah, they've got a teammate in there now watching so they can try to relay messages to him. So it's all happening out there. I guess they could always break out the old pit boards and start sending signals that way. And yeah, High-Tech Racing has the same issue at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like Race Control have just had a quick heard us up in the comm box, and a little bit of a fine tune with the comms. There must have been a little bit of static error, unable to let them talk to each other, but now that looks like that has been fixed up, and see what they can do.
Fantastic. It looks like we've got Brady Myers down there. Well, Myers, he was driving in the 890, so it might be worth bringing him up and having a bit of a chat. Gene Fiddes is in that car at the moment. Hi Brady, welcome to RRTV's comm box. It's a good strong run here for PRA tonight.
Is anybody out there?
Oh no, you're making him sing now, Brady. Speak to me. Yeah, it might be maybe we can't get Brady on the phone, so we'll drop you down, Brady, and then...
Hello.
Oh, we've got you. Excellent. Yeah, we're just saying Gene Fiddes is out there at the moment in 6th position, and it's a pretty good run there for PRA tonight.
Yeah, it's not bad. Bit rough at the start with bit of a war zone out there, but managed to get through that okay.
Yeah, we've noticed you've got a nice big scrape down the left-hand side of the car, and you're missing the rear end. I guess the big scrape's due to a wall somewhere, and the rear end probably a nose-to-tail action.
Yeah, that's right. I almost had a nice meeting with Mr. Tyre Barry at the on the pit straight.
Oh, okay. So we were talking at the start of the broadcast that it's going to be a long way around here, 149 laps in a V8 supercar. How are you guys finding it at the moment? Is a circuit, what's the word, punishing you guys yet?
Sort of has this phase where it phases in and out, so it comes good, goes away, and then comes good again.
Okay, and how's the tyres handling on that car?
Yeah, not too bad. It has its regular tyre deg. Our tyres are lasting pretty well, I think, comparatively to everyone else.
Okay, and we sort of worked out up here, well Bailey did, he worked out it's the stint in these cars is around about 30 laps. Would that be the case?
Yeah, that's pretty accurate. We're getting about 30 odd laps out of the tank.
Okay, fantastic. I might hand you over to Bailey, and at least while he's talking to you he's not singing, so that's probably a good thing.
No worries.
Well, he's not talking at all now, so we'll keep on talking. He might have ducked out. Yeah, he did. He's ducked out to have a bit of a break. But so moving forward, I guess Gene's now trying to get his 50 laps up. So who's going to do the minimum here? Is it going to be yourself, or do you reckon Gene is going to do the 50 and you do the 99, or is it going to be the other way around?
We'll get Gene to do the 50, and then I'll do the hard yards home.
Fantastic. And as far as the way you got this car set up tonight, it's looking pretty racy. So are you happy with the way your team set it up, and have they given you a good car?
Yeah, absolutely. The guys at PRA, we've been working pretty well on the setup this week for scops and everything, but it's turned out really well, which I'm really pleased about.
Fantastic. Well, before we let you go, I nearly called you Gene then. Brady, do you want to give a shout out to your sponsors tonight?
Yeah, just to PRA, Happy's Pest Fortress, SimSpeed TV, God, I can't remember. It's like, I've never done this before. Yeah, that's about it. I think GT Auto Solutions and light them up with auto electronics.
Fantastic. Well, considering it's your first time, you did pretty well. So Gene's out there. He's sitting in fourth now as the cars start to pit. It looks like you guys are a bit off, well, not off strategy, but it looks like you guys pit later in the stint than a lot of these other blokes.
Yeah, we're playing our cards a bit different, so we'll see how it unfolds towards the end, but so far so good, fingers crossed.
Fantastic. Well, lap 51, you've only got less than 100 laps to go now. Well, 98 laps to go, or 2 hours and 32 minutes if we go time certain. So it'll be over before you know it.
Yeah, better make the most of it, hey?
Yeah, no worries. All right, Brady, thanks for popping in, mate, and we'll catch you later.
Awesome, thanks Bernie. Catch you guys later.
So our next interview will be Ben Smith, but I reckon I'm going to let you do this one, Bailey. Oh, we're under safety car.
I think we'll wait till after the safety car to have a quick chat to him, as we'll just see what we can do about reading off the list of what's going on right now. I dare say that one looks like that could be a random safety car thrown out by race control. That was the second one of the race. You didn't tell me when you wanted yours out, did you, Bernie?
Yeah, my octopus said it was around about lap 78, so it was a bit off. It's come out at lap 52 here tonight.
Yeah, we're quite off together, but you're closer. Congratulations, you win this round.
Fantastic. I win something finally, but yeah, it makes for an interesting second half of this race, doesn't it? Like, we've got, 98 laps to go. We've had the 2 random safety cars. I don't know if they pull out a third. It's been known that to have a third safety car, but normally from here on in, it's going to be a race to the finish.
Yeah, I come into this race with a little bit of knowledge about tanks, of fuel and stuff, and now that I have a little bit more knowledge of it, about 50 laps, 149 lap race, guys, you're going to have to do about 5 stops in this race. So, most drivers have done 2 laps so far, so they've still got 3 to go. So if they pit now, a lot of them are halfway through their stint, which may mean they'll still have to do another 3. So they may stay out on the track and hold their position and go in under green and hope for the best.
Okay. Well, it's going to be interesting to see. I was going to bring Brenton Hobson up while we're under safety car, just to ask his opinion on what they would do.
Yeah, no worries. Doesn't look like the number 91 of Ben won't be able to have a little bit of an interview. We'll catch him after his stint, or possibly after the race.
Yeah, well, they're all scrambling now, aren't they? Because Ben Smith all of a sudden dived out of this combox, put his helmet on. He's got to get down there and jump into that car.
Yeah, I could see him lining up at the door ready to go to come in his combox. He was excited.
Yeah, he was ready to go, all right, but I reckon that safety car's caught him a little bit unawares, but he'll sort that out. But we've got Brenton Hobson up here at the moment. Welcome, mate, and your car's looking pretty racy at the moment.
Hey, yeah, it's pretty racy when we're keeping it in a straight line. I'll tell you what, it's pretty hard work out there, but yeah, car is quick, certainly fast, so we're just going to see if we can keep it on the black stuff for the rest of the race, and yeah, see if we can have a go at challenging for the win at the end.
Yeah, well, I reckon the odds are pretty good in your favour, but now I've cursed you, so you'll probably have trouble. But who's in the car at the moment for you?
I got Todd Parks in the car at the minute.
Okay, fantastic. So I've got a question for you. I brought you up.
Shoot.
We've got a safety car out now. We know that you had a pit stop previously. When it comes to this safety car, what do you guys do? Do you stay out, or do you bring him in and fill him up and send him out again?
Well, I reckon by the time I say this that the broadcast will have already happened, so no one's going to get any information from me. And in a situation like this, we've done enough laps that we go ahead and you know, the benefits there to be stationary on pit lane taking fuel while the caution's out. So unless you've only done a handful of laps, our strategy usually is just come in and get fuel.
Yeah, because we saw it again tonight, didn't we? When the Redback boys stayed out, they got severely punished. As we can see now, Cooper Murray, Todd Parks coming in, and who else is following him in? Quite a large number, as always, coming into the pit lane. But yeah, I was saying we saw a few of the guys, they didn't pit under safety car, and once the race started, they got severely punished with being mobbed by you guys.
Yeah, it's strategy's an interesting thing. There's guys out there that just thrive on this sort of stuff, but typically short-term gain, long-term loss. Track position sometimes is more important, so you got to factor that. And in the case of those guys that didn't pit in the first safety car, for example, they're at a disadvantage because they've got to take more fuel on pit road. But if they were to run their tanks empty, come into the pits, come out, and then get a caution, they jump everyone in the queue and end up at the front anyway. But you sort of narrow your likelihood of success, and if you don't get a caution flag at the exact right time, you'll find that you end up getting burnt going that way.
Yeah, and we've seen that a few times in this series where people roll the dice, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But I guess, depending where you are in the field, sometimes you just have to roll that dice and do something different to try to make the race work for you.
Yeah, well, if you're a car that's way at the back of the pack or something, and you find that you need to mix it up or something to get some track position back, then yeah, it's fair enough. But if you're a car that's running at the front, you've sort of got everything to lose. So it is always a gamble, and no matter what you do, you're taking a gamble. But sometimes you want to try and edge on the side of caution.
Yeah, well, it's a fine line, isn't it? Sometimes you can fluke it and do something crazy and you look like a hero, and other times you become the laughing stock of pit lane.
It's easy to do, don't worry about that.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, I've got Mr. Hall here. He was singing earlier. You were lucky you weren't here because he doesn't have a singing voice, but he does have a good talking voice, so I'll hand you over to him because we're going to be racing very shortly here.
Yep, no problems.
Yeah, Mr. Hall is lost for words at the moment. He's trying to concentrate on someone else. Sorry, Bernie.
So do you want me to continue talking?
Yeah, if you can, please.
Alright,
I'll let you in on something here, Bernie. Todd's got a speeding penalty there, and he's had to drop to the rear of the line, and judging on where the cars are on the track, I'm expecting he'll probably get a black flag here at the line because there's still a few guys way back around the track.
Wow, so what does he do? Does he just park it? Like he's on the back straight? Yeah, he is. It looks like he's just going to park it on the inside. That might be the smart move. What do you reckon?
Yeah, don't know. We'll see what happens, I guess.
Jesus!
We've gone green here, so I think they're going to have to throw a safety car out because it's going to get a bit mental here very shortly, folks.
Alright, I just popped my head up for a second. I just saw Cooper Murray. It looks like the Redback car didn't want to go, nor did the Synergy Sim Racing number 7 didn't seem to go, and Murray just went straight up the bum of another car. He's just spun someone else. It's hectic.
Yeah. That was Posy, I think, that he spun, or that was the 95 Synergy Sim Racing, so it's absolutely going off here at the moment, and the guys just have to take a breath. I think the green light might have caught a few people unawares here as we go racing once again on lap 55.
Yeah, definitely. I'm pretty sure with these short yellow flags, definitely got a lot of cars off track, off guard, as they're still trying to catch up to that safety car to make sure they do get a nice clean start and understand that it's still they go green.
Yeah, so Brenton, how's your car going? Because you guys had to go to the end of the line and then all of a sudden we're going green, so how do you serve something like that?
Yeah, we picked up a black flag, so I'm just going to try and get in touch with race control here and ask what the story is with that.
No worries. Well, we might let you go so you can sort that out, but if you want to pop up a bit later, you're definitely welcome.
I'll hang around here. I'll be back in just a sec.
Alright, well, we'll continue calling this race, and at the moment, as they fly across the chicane there up to the Wall of Champions, we've got Brian Borg leading the way for Laser Racing 3, Cooper Murray right behind him. Messy start there for Cooper. Gene Fittis sitting in third. Fourth is Ian Ford. He's now in the ERA 1 car, so we can expect that very racy. Mark Samuel, fifth for Redback Racing, and that's your top 5. It was quite interesting, Bailey, that they got pretty much Luke went in and did his 50 lap stint, got that out of the way, so Ian can now, he's free to race his car to the end if he wants to.
Yeah, pretty much, and he's up in 4th position as you stated before, and he'll be looking to drive that car like he's never driven it before, as he's shown in other rounds his dominance of speed for sure, as Brian Borg will be holding in, trying to keep Cooper Murray behind him as long as possible. And Race Control has deemed that the number 88 of Todd Parks currently in the car has had the black flag cleared, but they received, as the comms go a bit spastic at the moment.
Yeah, it's probably a good thing they cleared that, because we could see Todd was doing his best to drop to the end of the line, but what can you do once it goes green? If you continue going slow, you're going to end up causing a huge accident on restart.
Yeah, for sure. As I'm just getting in a bit of contact with race controllers, there seems to be a bit of conflict out there with black flags once again. iRacing's system of black flags is very complex towards the way the championship runs their penalty system, so when they conflict it becomes very tricky out on the track for drivers, so they're trying to get lead flags, but then they're already having trouble with it. So Bernie, I'll get back with you in less than a minute.
Not a problem. And to break that down for the viewers that aren't...
Sorry.
Oh, you're giving me a heart attack here. What's going on now? Did you fall off your seat or something?
No, there was a spin around there at the first half of the track.
Okay. Do you know who it was?
It was a race on Oz car, sorry. Kind of typing it in the background, I saw it.
Okay. Well, maybe I'll mute you. But anyway, let's call this race while Bailey tries to give me a heart attack here tonight, folks. But at the moment, Brian Borg's leading, but he's now under attack here from Cooper Murray. And tell you what, Cooper isn't a very aggressive driver here tonight as they go side by side. Again, Brian's in the box seat to lead into the Wall of Champions chicane. But we'll see, yeah, Cooper's now ducking in. No, he's coming up on the inside. Very aggressive move there. And he's got to be careful. He could get a cut track penalty for that one. But he pulled that off. God knows how he pulled that off. But all of a sudden, Ian Ford has also pounced on Brian Borg. And he's following Cooper through.
Yeah, you see Ian Ford showing his dominance there as he gets by Brian Borg. Gene Fiddle's in 4th position. Mark Samuel in 5th for the Redback Racing Team. They've shown dominance tonight also, as they've also got a car currently in 6th position, driven by Stephen Varga. 7th is another Stealth Sim Sport number 2 of Jaden Morgan. 8th is Daniel Ackler as the yellow flag comes back out by Race Control. Not sure what happened there, Betty.
Okay, and while we're doing that, we're going to drive on board with Cooper Murray to watch as he makes this move. Oh man, he threw it in there and he managed to hang on to it and make that pass. That's one of the best passes I've probably seen for a long time.
Yeah, it was a great pass watching that one live.
So yeah, there was a bit of conjecture going on about that last safety car, whether it was in fact a random safety car or whether it was caused by an incident. Do we have anything back from Race Control on that?
Just having a quick listen in the Race Control is a little bit of a complex. This looks like this could be a possible long yellow. So we could be in here for a little bit. Bernie?
Okay, no worries. Well, this is the complexity, isn't it, of Race Control? And folks, Race Control, I've never done it, but I know it's a thankless job. You know, you do your very best, and Bailey knows this from experience, you do your very best to give a smooth race event. But sometimes, like these black flags, it gets out of control, doesn't it? Because in short, Bailey, you're trying to deal with NASCAR rules on road circuits. Is that about right?
Sorry, 1 second. Just losing the race control.
Okay, so we'll continue on. While the guys are going through here, let's run through the complete field, folks, so you can see where your favourite driver is sitting at the moment, and then we'll get some news from race control. So at the moment, Cooper Murray for ANZ Aylwood and Hudson's leading, followed by Evolution Racing Australia 1. Ian Ford's in that car. Laser Racing 3 sitting in third with Brian Borg driving that car. Progression Racing Australia 1 team in fourth. Fifth, Redback Racing team, the number 32 in fifth. Redback Racing team 149 in sixth, followed by Stealth Sim Sport 2 in seventh. Synergy Sim Racing 3 sitting in 8th at the moment. Performance Motorsports Chassis is in 9th. And in 10th position is Synergy Sim Racing, the 7 team, in 11th. Evolution Racing Australia, the 226, followed by Race on Oz number 91. Zuva.net.au for domain names is in 13th, followed by Stealth Sim Sport in 14th. Team KRF West End Mazda Motorsports in 15th. 16th, Synergy Sim Racing 1. They're the first on the being 1 lap down. 17th, HTR 2, followed by RPR V8 in 18th. 19th, Race on Oz 51, followed by SDC Motorsports DHM sitting in 20th position. In 21st is... just one moment. Okay, in 21st, Stealth Sim Sport 3, 22nd, PFR Team GTI, 23rd, Stealth Sim Sport 4, 24th, PFR Team Kiani, and then Way South Racing 2 laps down in 25th. High Tech Racing in 26th, also 2 laps down, and then the Redback Racing team in 27th and 3 laps down. PFR Team Kiani 2 is 28th, 4 laps down, followed by Redback Racing Team 031. KRF West End Mazda Motorsports is now in 30th. 31st, Way South Racing, followed by Team TTL, Soldier On, Laser Racing 2 and Race Control. So that's your field.
Good at the moment, Bernie.
It's alright, sorry mate, I had you muted while I went through the grid there because there was a lot of clicking going on. So what's the latest out there?
Yeah, definitely will be extended yellow as they do throw the yellow flag again on the iRacing officials there. It seems like lapped cars were being unpassed on the safety car, which caused everyone to have a black flag.
Okay, yeah, that's that NASCAR problem, isn't it, that we were talking about, well, I was talking about earlier.
Yeah, sure is.
Yeah, that's really, it really causes a big issue, and it's no fault of race control whatsoever. It's just having to shoehorn one set of rules into a road racing set of rules. They just don't work, but it's something we've always hoped iRacing would fix, but they haven't turned their attention to that.
Hashtag dirt confirmed.
Okay. Did I just dish the dirt?
No. I'm saying they're focused on dirt at the moment, so hopefully once the dirt's out, they'll be able to jump back on road and give it a good crack at getting the rules fixed up. Yeah, because they are completely different rules, guys. And the way the races are done, it's not an oval track. You've got multiple different turns, left, right, hairpins, chicanes. Yeah, you got 90-degree turns. You've got 45-degree turns. You've got turns that go around 500 meters. It becomes very hard for oval iRacing race control to dish out penalties correctly when they haven't got the correct track terrain that suits their style. So that's why this is all happening, guys.
And we're just having a look at the race on Oz 51 car. It's a beautifully presented car there, and sitting in 23rd. It doesn't look like they've got a driver in that car though. Let's have a look. No driver. So maybe they've called it a night.
Yeah, possibly. So, having a little bit of trouble down there. They're a couple of laps down, which make it quite hard. And we'll see what happens with them if they'll jump back in the car for a few more laps in it and prepared for the rest of the weekend of racing.
Yeah, well, we can find out because we can bring Ben Smith up now. It looks like he's driving, isn't he?
I got a message from him. How long ago? Sorry, give me a second. So, try to figure out team speak.
Yeah, it's just trying to pick him up.
But he didn't look like he jumped in the car, but I'll just have a quick run through the standings to see if he did jump in the car or not.
No, I've got Tyler Blackburn out in the car at the moment, so we might bring Ben up and find out what's going on with the 51. Hi Ben, welcome to the RRTV comm box. It's a little bit confusing out there, but it looks like Race Control's sorting it out. One thing we did notice though is the 51. Stephen Lattimore is sitting in the pits at the moment. Is that car finished for the night, or is it coming back out?
No, he's finished for the night, mate. He decided to have a run of this solo due to his teammate not having to pull out in the last minute. So yeah, he just thought he'd have a solo run and see how far. Yep, he's still at top 12 when he quit.
Fair enough. Well, it's a beautifully presented car, that's for sure, and we're just admiring it sitting in the pits, and you can see the safety car lights are out now at the moment, so we'll see if we're going to go back green. But all in all, how's your race been going in the 91?
Yeah, it's going alright. Lap 3 I end up spinning it at the second last chicane before you go into the hairpin, and end up rolling backwards and letting the whole field through. But after that, we just really got into it and really put the hammer down, and we got back up to, I think we're in 6th at the moment.
Yeah, it's a good comeback, and yeah, the start was pretty messy, wasn't it? So, folks, if you're seeing what's happening, Race Control's put the safety car lights back on, and they're cleansing the top 10 at the moment. So, Bailey, what does it mean when you're cleansing the top 10?
Let's ask Ben that question, because I've got no idea.
Mate, that makes both of us. I didn't even know what cleanse in the top 10 meant.
Neither do I.
Didn't even know it was happening.
Education with RRTV.
I think what it means, let's see if I know what I'm talking about. I think what it means is they're getting all the laps down cars in the top 10, giving them a lap back, so that they don't get in the way on the restart.
Okay.
Yeah, that looks about right.
Awesome, so I sort of know what I'm talking about here. Also, Bailey, before we get back to talking to Ben here, Race Control said this will most likely be our last yellow flag, is that correct?
Yeah, give it a couple of laps and they'll take him back green flag racing. It looks like the lights are out on the safety car, is that correct?
It is, yeah. The Race Control's got to turn it on every lap because iRacing keeps on turning it off.
Cheeky buggers. Yeah, it looks like they'll get ready to go green this time by.
Okay. So, Ben, we've got Tyler Blackburn out there in the car at the moment. Are you planning to jump back into that car, or is Tyler going to bring it home from here?
No, I'll be jumping back in to finish the race after he pretty much runs out of fuel. I decided to keep him in there. He doesn't have the pace, but he's a lot more consistent than what I am, and he's just, well, basically he's gone from wherever I was all the way back up to 6, so seems to be going alright.
Yeah, he's definitely doing a great job out there, and I guess the thing is to get those 50 laps up. How close is he to doing that, or has he already exceeded that?
He's at lap 34 completed now. So, yeah, at the end of the stint, he should be well and truly over it.
Fantastic. And I guess once you get over it like that, it's one less thing you guys have to worry about, isn't it?
Yeah, I didn't mind having him in there for a bit longer because this is his first, well, it's not his first race, but he doesn't really do iRacing. He's more a part of the set of Corsa guys that race on Oz. So he's been doing that. He's come from Gran Turismo. He's done GT Academy. He got sent over he's one of the GT Academy finalists. He went over when Matt Simmons won it. But yeah, basically I just offered him the choice. I was like, I need a teammate for V8 Scops, and he said yes, and basically using this as a bit of practice.
Fantastic. Well, we're going green here, folks, so we'll just call this until things settle down, Ben. But green here, Cooper Murray leads them off. Gene Fittis is sitting behind them. And I noticed Gene was giving him a bit of a tap of a hurry up. Mark Samuel third with his teammate Stephen Varga fourth. Then Fozan El Nabi's out there having a run tonight as well. So he's in fifth position in the Performance Motorsports chassis entry. Looking further down the field, it looks like a fairly clean start here, and no first chicane shenanigans.
Yeah, so far so good, Bernie. As we see, Ian Ford makes up position in that restart. Perry's up to 7th now. And Farzan El Nabi gets up to 4th now on the Redback Racing. Stephen Varga has two Redback Racing cars currently in the top 10 with his great effort by them tonight. We've seen a lot of them up front.
Yeah, they're doing a pretty good job at the moment, and now Tyler Blackburn's got Ian Ford right behind him here, and Tyler's sitting in 6th position and doing a great job. We'll see what Ian does here as they come into the hairpin, and Ian dives on the inside under brakes, and Tyler goes wide, gives him lots of room, no contact there, but Tyler hangs on to that position. Fantastic driving, and I tell you what, Ben, he's really showing his expertise out there.
Yeah, mate, he's definitely a jack of all trades when it comes to sim racing. Pretty much you put him in anything. Yeah, just as he scrapes the wall a bit. But yeah, he's pretty much anything you put him in. He's heading over to France, I think. He does higher kart endurance racing, so he'll be heading over to France to complete in their Saudi World Champions. I think July this year.
Fantastic. Well, he's definitely showing his skill level here, because not many people can stop a determined Ian Ford, especially when he was hanging on the outside there, and he got a better run off the outside of that chicane and hung on to it, then throwing it up on two wheels at the Wall of Champions and only scraping the wall. Most people at that point probably would have planted it.
Yeah, I would have been well and truly in the wall by now, so he's doing very well. Glad he's out there, not me.
Yeah, so this guy's pretty much, as you're saying, he's come from Gran Turismo and part of the GT Academy, is that right?
That is correct, yeah, he's 2014 finalist. I'll go back and have a look at that. I'm pretty sure it's there on YouTube somewhere. But yeah, the same year that Matt Simmons won. Basically, me, Tyler and Matt Simmons used to do high kart racing, endurance racing together, so yeah, good pedigree there.
Yeah, and it's, you know, some people that probably don't know what the GT Academy is, they think, oh, it's only console racing, but if you get into the GT Academy, it's pretty serious stuff. I've spoken to a few guys that have attempted their campaign in it, and the amount of practice you've got to do and the skill you've got to have is just unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not just about your ability on the game either. You got to be real good with your media, fitness, and your actual real-world driving skills. Because back in 2014, they took us to Movie World, basically handed us the keys to a Nissan 370Z and said, bang around the arena for the stunt show.
Okay, well that would have been been interesting.
That was definitely a highlight of it for that year.
Yeah, I bet it was. So, would you recommend it to any aspiring racer out there to give it a crack?
Oh, Bernie, there is many people in this race at the moment that could well and truly take it pretty much the whole way, I'd say. They just got to go over the dark side, pick up a console, and give it a crack.
Yeah, so there's a bit of a crash down there, and we can see one of the redback cars being spun around, I think. Unless that's Tyler, has he been spun?
Yep.
Let's have a look at this replay. I saw a donut in the distance, but let's go back and see what's occurred here. Just want to see who spun him here. As he comes in, we've got Laser Racing, whoa, on the inside. And it was a 017 that went in hot, spun the Simworks, which clouted the Race on Oz 91 and spun him. So, that was very unfortunate.
It's alright, we'll keep going. Still got all their fast repairs, so they've got a bit more damage to do.
Yeah, and we're just watching him make it back onto the track, and he did a good job getting it back on the track, and lucky he didn't get clouted there. The drivers were watching, but that spin's dropped you guys back to 14th. Todd Parks is behind him at the moment, and we could get really interesting. We could bring up Brenton Hobson up here, and you two could talk about it as they're battling if you want.
I can bring it up if you want.
And it was...
Hi Brendan, sorry, we're bringing you up because Ben's co-driver is just ahead of Todd Parks here, your co-driver, and we thought you guys could just have a bit of a chat as you two guys go to battle here.
Yeah, well, I've told Todd to implement punt mode and send him off the track. No, should be good, and Tyler's done a good job there as well.
So what do you think of that, Ben? Have you got any comebacks? You know, this is our talk segment of the show, and you are the guests.
Oh, I just told Tyler then to dip the mirrors and block like hell to bring it on.
I like that. I can certainly say that Tyler would be pissed that Todd's in the car and not me, because the way I've been driving tonight, he probably would be sent off the track. I've been a bit short on the temper tonight, the way that some things are going down.
Oh, that's not good. Hopefully these two don't get together, or else I might have to press the mute button.
Yeah, have the finger at the ready.
Yeah, well, it's definitely close racing out there, and it's going to be interesting, Ben, to see if how Tyler goes getting through this field and getting that car back up to the pointy end. But I guess Todd's going to be doing the same there, Brenton.
Yeah, well, you know, our whole caution before was basically thrown because we were out of position after the initial safety car went back to green, and I was just talking to Nick just before, and we appreciate that. We didn't expect him to throw a caution to try and help us out there, but the scenario was in place that we got a penalty that was unavoidable, and then we couldn't get it cleared, so he felt like it was just to try and help us get back on the lead lap. But I just want to try and stay out of trouble if we can, and try and get to the finish at this point. We're in the top 15, and if we get to the end, we might be in a chance to make a few moves and try and get a few places, but it's been an up and down sort of a race. We'll just be happy to get to the end, I think.
Okay, well, we've got both your cars now side by side. Well, it looks like Todd's just pulled in front of Tyler there. I was hoping they'd go side by side into the Wall of Champions, then it would have got interesting.
I was hoping we didn't go in the Wall of Champions.
Yeah, I was hoping we wouldn't go into the Wall of Champions either, Bernie. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm media, I've got to hype something up. And it's been a long night, so we'll hype this up as far as we can push it, I guess. But it looks like we're going to now be running to the end of the race here, and I could ask you both for your race strategies, and you'd both lie to me, so I won't bother with that one.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, like, it seems like this race has been going forever. We're not even halfway yet, but we've just ticked halfway on time, so we're technically halfway through the race. So yeah, it's a long way to go,
Yeah, and Todd's just spun the car slightly there, and dropped a few positions.
Yeah, what I was going to say before was when we were right near Tyler, it's so hard at the minute. This car, the latest update from iRacing, is just so hard to drive. Like, you trying to make a pass on someone is supremely difficult at the minute. Like, even just trying to drive the car without crashing is just insanely difficult. Let alone trying to put a pass on someone. So yeah, it's really a challenge tonight.
Yeah, I've been following a bit of a discussion on it. I don't really understand it, and you might be able to clear it up a bit. But they were talking about how the drivetrain's winding up and then releasing or something.
Yeah, I guess my personal comparison that I like to make to it, that a lot of people might be more familiar with, is if you think of NASCAR when they race on the road and they talk about wheel hop, where you get the rear wheels bouncing through compression under braking. Similar sort of a thing. It's as you're going deep under brakes, the car starts hopping, and it makes it very difficult to stop, turn, brake, downshift, everything. So braking at the minute is extremely hard.
Okay, and do you think iRacing's looking at it, or do you think, as far as they're concerned, that's a realistic feature of this car?
Well, it depends who you ask as to whether or not it's a realistic feature, but I think that you're kind of fooling yourself if you think that a V8 Supercar does that sort of a thing. It's the extent that this is doing anyway. It's very exaggerated, but whether or not iRacing's doing something about it, well, we were all sort of, I think, quietly hoping that the update that came out overnight would fix it, which it didn't. Honestly, I think that they've probably got more important things in their opinion to worry about than the little old V8 Supercar. So I expect to see something change with it, whether or not it takes until dirt comes out or the end of the season. But I expect that we will probably see change, because at the minute it's not accurate.
Yeah, no, I was speaking, racing against Nick Percat on the Tuesday night, and he just took off in the distance, but even he said that never driven a race car that's ever done this, so he's not quite sure what iRacing was trying to achieve when they implemented the new update.
Yeah, so can you explain in layman's terms exactly what the drivetrain's doing?
The winding up phrase that you used is probably the most accurate. What it feels like is that the wheels are sort of binding up and almost locking, and it's bouncing the rear end of the car under brake. So I'm not probably the best person to try and explain it in a technical term, because I know as much about cars as I know about spaceships, but to drive it, it's basically pogoing when you come down into the braking zone. So the back of the car's bouncing up and down and almost lifting the rear wheels off the ground.
Okay,
Not the buddy. Sorry. Yeah, going on with that bouncing the wheels there, just listening in. It also, you'll feel, Bernie, that, and everyone's probably feeling, when you're going down in under brakes, you're not feeling those wheels lock up like they used to. You used to be able to feel for wheels locking up. It's a lot harder to feel that now, and it makes it very hard turning into the corner, just like the odd case that it may slide out underneath you.
Okay, I sort of understand it now. We're just having a look at the rear suspension of Todd's car here to try to get a bit of a demonstration. And don't tell him to slam on the brakes, he might spin it, but we can just see as he's coming down here under brakes, you can just see the back of the car bouncing up and down a little bit. I guess that's what the winding up is. Even when he accelerates out, the wheels actually bobbing up and down as well.
Yeah, it can be a little bit difficult to see, especially at full speed. But if you're wanting to try and get a good idea, and I don't know, you want to pick someone who's got good speed at the minute, maybe Ian Ford or someone at the front, but even, I know it's pretty bad when I'm in the car, so later when I'm driving if you think of it, but just sit in the cockpit and listen to the engine under brakes, especially into the hairpin at the top of the track up there. You can actually hear it. It's sort of pitching the engine revs as the rear wheels almost lock up and then release again. It's quite strange.
Okay, well, Ian's going to demonstrate this for us. We're coming down towards that hairpin. I'm just going to turn up the sound here a bit, folks. We'll see if we can hear hear what Brenton's talking about. He's just coming down to the hairpin now, and Ian's sitting in third at the moment. Smooth as.
Yeah, that sounded alright actually.
It did, didn't it? It sounded like the old ones, just banged it down through the gears and off he went. But maybe we'll revisit that later when you're in the car, Brenton, and make sure that you lock it up every time, just in case we don't see it the first time.
I'll sail it in on the rear Bex, don't worry.
Yeah, so Ben, with this new update, have you guys found it as hard to adapt to as well?
Getting used to it. I do have a setup. I don't know where I got it from, but I just managed just to throw it on, and it got absolutely no wheel hop whatsoever. But the downside to that is it doesn't turn, and it around here it's about a second and a half slower compared to one that does wheel hop.
Okay, well, it sounds like that's probably not a good. Well, it's a conservative setup, but it's probably not one you'd bring to a track like this.
No, you want something that's got a lot of points, especially through all those chicanes. So yeah, we're basically just running one that's hopping and trying to just modulate through the braking zones.
And I've been doing a little bit of driving in the Porsche Cup, and I found to get that to turn in a little bit, I've been modulating the brake and the throttle, because I'm a left foot braker, and doing it that way. Is that a similar technique you do in a V8 supercar, or are they completely different?
Yeah, I would say it's probably pretty similar to what you got to do with this car at the moment, but it's a whole new world to me. Basically, I was going right with the old setup, finally get fire on my feet, and now it feels like I'm going straight back to square one again.
Yeah, they seem to do that occasionally, don't they, with these updates. I remember the old days, well, it sounds like the old days, the old McLaren used to be a really good car, and then we had a few updates, and one update they absolutely destroyed it, and then it's sort of come good. Yeah, it's probably good now. I haven't driven it for ages, but at the time I was a bit gutted because I liked that car the way it was.
Yeah, they're pretty good at changing right underneath you when you just get used to it.
Yeah, well, anyway, guys, that wraps up our chat show tonight, as I'll call it. Before you guys go though, Ben, do you want to give a shout out to any sponsors?
Yeah, we just raceonoz.com just signed up a new sponsor, Ignition Controls. Basically, they do button boxes. They're based in the UK, and they do button boxes for PS4 and PC. Real high-end quality products.
Okay.
And also, my new sponsor, Tickford, who came on board for the V8 Scop season.
Fantastic. Well, that's a good sponsor to have. Everyone knows what Tickford does. But if people want to check out the precision control button boxes, do you have a website they can go to, or do they just Google it?
Mate, it's www.ignitioncontrols.com. They're based in the UK, all prices in US dollars. So.
Okay, I'll definitely check that out. But anyway, Ben, thanks. Oh, we've got another car around. Is that you again?
Yeah, just testing out the rear tyres, make sure they've still got enough grip. They don't.
Okay. We'll just have a look at the replay. I just want to see if he was served again, or if he did that all in his lonesome. Let's have a look at this before we let you go, Ben. And
looking back again by himself.
Yeah, under acceleration. Looked like he just got on the gas a bit too aggressively, and around it went. But anyway, Ben, thanks for popping in. Bad luck with Steve Lattimore retiring, but I guess, you can't do much when there's only one driver. He could have driven to the end, but that would be a lot of effort for not a lot of result, considering you'd be disqualified and considering you've got V8 Scops coming up on Sunday.
Yeah, it's alright. You what was going to happen, so yeah. And also shout out to all the other sponsors as well, High Tech, Shelby, Gainsman, Adjani, and also DG Creations as well, who's the business of one of our drivers. And also Matt Smith over in the UK at the moment, driving Ignition GTR.
Well, I'm not jealous at all. Alright, well, thanks, Ben. Thanks for all the insight you gave us about Tyler as well.
No problem. Talk to you next time.
Brenton, before we let you go, do you want to give a shout out to your sponsors? Because I don't think we did that last time, did we? You had to race off.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, quick shout out to Eaton, DG Custom, CSR Fabrication, Speedway Shop. It's good to have all the sponsors on board, and we got the new look cars this week, so yeah, pretty pleased with how paints came up actually with the team. The race has done a great job as always. And yeah, just a shout out to the guys that have come out to have a run. Todd, obviously, for getting in and having a race with me tonight. We've got Ozzy and Bruce together in one of the cars. We've also got Dan Ackland, who I raced here with last season. And he's with our latest recruit, Ben Twydale, who I think came from Racing Oz actually. But yeah, he's our newest recruit, and he's had a good run tonight.
Fantastic, and you're gonna shout at me here, but that's okay. You were good enough to send me those paints, but I didn't manage to get them into the folder in time, so we're
I think Henry King actually was saying the same thing with his paint. I don't know when he sent that to you, but that's alright, next time, it's all good.
Yeah, he sent me a link halfway through the broadcast. Sent me a link saying here's my link, but I'm like, I don't know if I can get that put in. I'll tell you what, Ben's throwing this car around. I think he's gone around again. I think Tyler just went around again, sorry.
That's no good. He was looking really good there before running up in front of Todd. He looked like he had the car well under control, but just goes to show how tough this thing is to drive tonight.
Yeah, for sure, and I reckon after you've had a few spins and you start getting frustrated with it, it's just going to amplify it, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I was pretty hot under the helmet, so to speak, in the first stint. I wasn't pleased, had contact with a few guys, including Cooper racing for the lead, and it got to me a little bit, so I sort of had to get out of the car when I did, because it was starting to get to me a bit. So the car's frustrating to drive. It's really difficult. It's really difficult to drive it fast, that's for sure. And yeah, once the frustration builds up, you start to make more and more mistakes. So yeah, you're right. You'll make one error, and that'll be all right. But then all of a sudden, you start making another one and another one.
Yeah, we can see that with Tyler at the moment. He's probably not rattled, probably annoyed would be the word. But you know, as you said, if the car's really hard to drive on a track like Circuit Villeneuve of all tracks, I guess it could be worse. You could be over at Bathurst or something, but yeah, it'll definitely be a challenge. But I guess tonight having this event would probably be a good practice run for V8 Scops on Sunday.
Yeah, essentially that's what this race is for us this week. We've got a couple of setups that we're trying, and you know, we've got them on the cars to see how they react across a long run, how they act in traffic, how they handle curves, tyre wear, light fuelers. There's heaps of different variables, and you do a lot of testing, you know, and practice sessions, and even in pre-qualifying for V8 Scops to get that stuff lined out. But nothing really gives you an indication like a proper race run. So, you know, that's what this event is for us tonight. In a lot of ways, we're using it as a bit of a test session. You know, you want to get good results and take it seriously, all the same. But you know, we're trying a few different things here to see how the car handles that. Really in focus for Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting format on Sunday, isn't it? Because from what I understand, you're going to have the V8s do your qualifying, and then they're going to have a Porsche Cup race, and then I think the V8s come on after that for the feature race.
Yeah, I actually haven't looked at the specific rundown of the whole evening's events, but I think that they were talking about running second split. And then they were going to run perhaps qualifying Porsches and then the top split race. So yeah, it'll be split up in the middle some way or another with Porsche, which will be good. I'm looking forward to seeing that. I know a familiar name that you'll know well, Michael Schreier, who's actually going to be doing some stuff in race control for V8 Scops, is going to have a run in the Porsches. So looking out for him to have a good race.
Fantastic. Well, that'll be interesting to see. I actually wrote my name down for the Porsches, which I have absolutely no hope in hell of ever making a top split in my life, but I don't know if I'll be racing because we've also got the Selby Endurance Championship on Sunday, which RRTV is supposed to be broadcasting if I can get a co-commentator for that.
Of course, yeah, a bit of a conflict there with the races. I didn't think of that.
Yeah, that's a 10-hour enduro, that one. So, folks, there's going to be a lot of action, depending which you like. If you like your GT3s, RRTV may be broadcasting it. But if you like your Porsches and your V8s, go to V8s Online, because they'll be covering all that action, and it'll be fantastic, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'll be interested to see how that race goes. We entered a Porsche for round one, and it all went horribly wrong when I was in the car and had an internet disconnection 15 laps in while leading. So I don't think we're fielding a car this week, especially if there's a double up with Scops. Our guys will be pretty preoccupied, I think.
Yeah, it'll take, I think, with a championship at that level, like it's a premium Australian championship, it has been for years. To be competitive, I reckon you guys would have to put in hours and hours and hours of driver and car prep and God knows what else to be competitive.
Yeah, well, we had what we thought the cars pretty well down pat. We were very confident. We've had really good speed lately, and then they've changed the build with the car. So iRacing didn't do us any favours. We've been back to the drawing board for setups and everything again this week. And you're right, plenty of practice and time goes in working on cars and all that stuff, but a lot of it comes down to working on the drivers too. Seat time is sort of the most important thing when it comes especially to a track like this.
Yeah, exactly right, and I'm sure there'd be days and days and days of prep of all sorts going into to that race on Sunday, and that's when you want all that practice to pay off, basically.
Yeah, that's right, and that's again part of the point with us being here tonight with a few cars, guys wanting to get time. We could be pre-qualifying at the minute for V8 Scops, but guys are finding it might be more valuable to have seat time during race runs to get used to the cars for Sunday. So yeah, it is. There's a lot that goes into it, especially if you're in a team that heavily focuses on the V8 Supercar.
Yeah, that's right, and we can see quite a number of teams out there tonight running. Got a good field, and I'm sure that there's quite a lot of the teams doing the same sort of thing, using this as a test bed and comparing themselves with what other teams have, and seeing whether they're in the right range or whether they've got to do more work before Sunday.
Yeah, well, that's right. And there's a few variables too. If you're in a team that's confident you're going to make, maybe if you're trying to shoot for top split, if you think that you're going to make top split, you can afford to have a night away from pre-qualifying to do some race practice. But if you're in a team that's really struggling to get to that top 40 or even the top 80, you have to weigh up whether or not it's worth to come and do another event, or if you want to spend time in qualifying trying to set a good time,
Yeah, well, that's right. But anyway, Brenton, thanks for all that. There was a great chat on what goes into the V8 Scops and what you guys are doing, so I appreciate you letting us know, and best of luck on Sunday.
Yeah, thanks very much, Bernie, and good luck with the rest of the race. I'll get back up here later to have another chat.
Yeah, no worries. I might even get you to commentate.
Yeah, right, while I'm in the car. We've talked about that. It'll happen eventually.
I don't think we'll do it here, though. It sounds like you're going to be angry when you get back in that car, and I don't want to have to hit that mute button all the time.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to let me loose in the commentary box today, that's for sure.
Fair enough. Well, best of luck. You guys are in 9th at the moment, and top 10, lap 80, so we've got how many more laps to go here? It's 149 laps. 69 laps, there you go. And an hour and 38.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether or not we make it to the laps or if we end up going time certain, but it may depend on if there's any more safety cars, which I'm expecting, but you never know.
Yeah, well, I think it's going to be close. We've seen it come pretty close before, haven't we? In where was it, Imola? I think I think it went time certain there.
Yeah, it's there's been a number of races where it's gone time. So I think Bathurst last season was the same. Car in the wall right in front of Todd there. That was looked like rear wheels on the grass. That wasn't much fun. Who was that?
I'm not sure who that was. We saw it go in the wall, and there was also a HTR car right behind him that slid through the grass and kept on going as well.
It's right in the middle of it. But anyway, I'm gonna make a move and got to go be a crew chief. So I might be back later. But thanks for the broadcast and thanks to the guys at AOSC for all their work, especially Nick for helping us out there when we got traffic cut down.
Yeah, no worries, mate. Thanks for popping in.
See you later.
So we've also got Shane up here in the comm box. How you going, Shane?
Yeah, good mate.
I'm just trying to work out who you are.
We're now SDC Motorsports, DHN.
Okay. And whereabouts are you guys? Where are you guys running at the moment?
19th, yeah. We had a very dodgy start because on lap 1 when we took off, KRF got caught up with someone and went sideways in front of us, and the motor blew. Well, it didn't blow, but it had no power, so it went right back to the back.
Yeah, that was the big start incident, wasn't it?
Yeah, just had nowhere to go. There was just a car sideways in front of me and not enough time to pull her up.
Yeah, we had a look at the replay on that in super slow-mo, and there was quite a lot of heavily damaged cars from that, and you're right, there wasn't anywhere to go really.
The motor just lost all its power, so we went right back to the back. But we're fighting our way back up, which is good. We got caught up, one of the HTR cars with that first safety car was really damaged, and he couldn't catch the safety car, so we got held up behind him as well. So we've had a pretty bad start to the race, but that seems pretty good now. We're going all right. There's still a long way to go, so we're not giving up.
No, you just keep on going. There's another hour and 35 minutes of racing to go here, and 68 laps I think left to go. But are you guys running on Sunday?
Yeah, I'm going to do a heat tomorrow with the SDC set and one that I made, and try and find a happy medium, because I didn't mind the SDC set, but I don't mind mine either. So we're racing mine tonight, but see what we can do.
Yeah, fantastic. And we're just speaking to Brenton, and that they were doing a similar thing tonight, just sorting the car out and making sure they've got something they're happy with, or whether they've got to go and do some more tweaking tomorrow. And it's pretty fortunate to have this event on tonight, really, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it. This is great. It's great practice. It's great racing practice. You know, because like OSR, this race, and probably what Scops is going to be like is there's going to be bingles at the start, so it sort of sharpens up your reflexes, I guess, for that Scops race. Yeah,
and it probably gives you an idea where, because we've got a pretty big field tonight, where the first lap, what it's going to feel like, and where the big bottlenecks are going to be, where the as the cars try to funnel through that first hairpin and down to that first chicane.
Yeah, absolutely. And the car in front of me, one of the Proforce racing cars, bogged down. It didn't take off very well from the start, and that sort of thing will happen probably in Scops too. If somebody just doesn't quite get it to launch, it chain reaction for the cars behind. So no, it's good practice. I was always going to come in here and do it because of the race practice you'll get.
Yeah,
good
that's
idea
right.
to get in here. And I think a lot of teams are doing the same, coming in just for practice for the Scops.
Yeah, we saw what happens when one of these V8s don't get off the line. I think it was Oran Park. There's a really big accident there huge field, and they sort of messy start and a massive crash took out probably 10 cars.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I had coming out of the hairpin before, my car got stuck in first. It wouldn't change up. That nearly caused a bit of an issue with the guy that was a lap down behind me, but he was good enough to get out of the way when we come down that back straight, heading towards the last chicane. So it was good. But you know, little things can happen. You know, that's the thing. You know, like just that one little gear change, it just stuck you there, and cost me heaps.
So how'd you get it out? Did you have to go back to the pits and get it sorted?
No, I think it's because I got the G27 with the elastic bands, and I think the bands were pulling it down into that lower gear and not letting it go up. It just didn't change gears. It was weird. It might have been a glitch, I don't know.
Yeah, and if people are wondering what that is, it's basically you use a couple of elastic bands, don't you, and then you can make it into a sequential shifter that self-centers. I think that's the gist of it. Just go up and down instead of using the H pattern. I think I did that with my old G25, and it wasn't a bad old trick really. I thought it was pretty good.
No, it's good if you get the bands set up properly. It's a good thing.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, thanks for popping in, mate. Before you go, Shane, give a shout out to all your sponsors. We've got your car on the TV at the moment.
Yeah, well, we're actually getting new paints from Knight Rider Designs. They're coming hopefully next week or the week after. And just joined SDC, so we're combining my main sponsor, which is DHM, which is the company that I work for. They do sand, soil and screenings, and they're in Ballarat, and they're coming on board with us. So, and then we've got SDC's sponsors, KSW and Simpit. So, it's good. It's going really well. I'm really happy to join that team, and I think we'll get some things done this season. Marty's coming back to do a bit of racing, and got a lot of overseas guys and whatnot in the team. So, yeah, it should be good.
Fantastic. It'll be great to see Marty back on the track. It's been a while. I understand he's been a little bit crook, so it's good to see him coming back out.
Yeah, no, it'd be great to get him back out there and have a bit of a crack at it. Yeah, for sure.
Fantastic. Well, Marty, if you're listening, mate, we're looking forward to seeing you come back onto the track and having a bit of a run and everything. But anyway, Shane, thanks for popping in, mate. It's always a pleasure, and best of luck for the rest of the race. Hour and 30 to go, or 65 laps.
Yeah. It's a long race, isn't it?
It certainly is. We were calling it, and then someone piped up and said, "Oh, we just reached the halfway mark." By then, I was ready to go to bed.
Yeah, my co-driver was the same. It was like, we're halfway, and he's like, what? It's good. I actually really like this track. It's a lot of fun. It's pretty technical, but it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I've probably got other words for it, but anyway. All right, mate, we'll let you go.
We always get pretty good racing here, though. When you look at the the Scops will be great to watch that. That'll be a really good race.
Yeah, it certainly will.
That top split will be on for young and old, and there'll be some really good racing in that.
Oh yeah, definitely. It'll definitely be something worth watching. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, don't miss that one.
Yeah, you're not meant to say that, because I'm meant to be doing a competing broadcast, and I'll have absolutely no one watching it.
Yeah, well, I'm getting you guys on my paint. Actually, I'm going to put an RRTV on the car.
Fantastic, I appreciate that. That's for sure.
Yeah, no, we appreciate all the work you guys do in that comm box.
Oh, it's always fun, you know. The reason I do this is because I have absolutely no talent on the track.
Yeah. I know the feeling, mate. I've thought about coming in and helping you.
Yeah, well, any time.
Hanging up the helmet.
Yeah, well, if you ever wanted to, mate, you're welcome to, because I'm absolutely struggling for co-commentators at the moment. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, right. Yeah. It's funny. I love the racing. I love watching the racing. You know, I watch real racing and I watch iRacing races because it's just as good as the real stuff, I think. Some pretty competitive drivers out there, and it's definitely worth watching.
Oh, for sure. I'd even argue to say that simulation racing, virtual racing, or e-sport, whatever you want to call it, I think it's more competitive than a lot of racing, because there's no barrier of entry, really. Well, there is, but it's a very small barrier of entry compared to if you wanted to go and have a run in a Porsche Cup or a V8 Supercar. You'd be up for probably $500,000 or $1 million to have a crack at that.
Right. Yep. And there's some very good drivers that have traded in their go-karts and their cars to come and just buy simulators and do this sort of stuff, because it's just as competitive as what it is in real life, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I got into it. You know, I used to race years ago, and real life racing, and you get married, have kids, and your cars go. And once I found this, I was at home. I was gobsmacked when I've discovered iRacing. I thought it was the best thing since Christmas.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's brilliant stuff. It's amazing how good they make this simulator.
Oh, exactly. And with VR coming on board, I know some people, early adopters, are now testing it and using it. I saw a video that Brock Kramer did, and I was blown away by it. You know, it's so realistic. You know, I can only imagine what it'd be like with those on if you didn't get motion sickness. But I spoke to another person. He was using VR in a motion cockpit, and he reckons it was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, but they reckon you get over that motion sickness after a few shots at it. You get used to it and your body adjusts. It's just when you first start using them that you get a bit of motion sickness, they say.
Yeah, I think it's probably similar to triple monitors. When I first got triple monitors, I felt woozy in the head for a little while until I got used to the way it works.
Yeah. I guess your eyes adapt to it after a while, and the more you do it, I guess the less sick you probably feel.
Yeah, but I reckon that's the way the sim racing's going, and it's going to continue on.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, well, I better let you go, because we could talk about this all night, but there's a race going on, and we need to let the viewers know what's going on.
Good on you, and thanks for the broadcast. It's really good.
Yeah, no worries. All right, so Bailey, how are we looking out there as far as the racing's going? I guess you've been keeping an eye on what's transpiring out there.
I've been looking at the bed. But, ERA's got their 2 cars up in the top 2 at the moment. They'll be looking to pit within the next couple of laps, followed by that. In 3rd position is Laser Racing, Brian Borg. In 4th is Stealth Sim Sports, Jaden Borg. In the 094 car, and in the 95 car, the Synergy Sim Racing 7 is Bruce Healy. In 6th, the number 16 car, the ANZ Jordan Murphy, who has been handed over the reins from Cooper Murray, and they're down now in 6th position. In 7th is Farzan El Naba. He was up in 1st for a while before he did 6 laps to go, and he's got a lot of speed in him. He's got a chance of cracking this one open for the Performance Motorsport chassis. In 8th is the 890 car of Gene Fitters in the PRA. They're doing a wonderful job tonight. Beautiful effort by all of them. Jaden Borden and Stealth Sim Sport dropped 3 positions, 7th. But going back down the list now, number 9 is 00 of Richard Aylwood. In 10th is the 032 of Ian Bird for Redback Racing Team. We'll go down to our top 15. In 11th is David Miller in the Red Back Racing team also. So those two guys have been up there all night. They've done a wonderful job. In 12th is the number 88 of Todd Park with his teammate Brenton Hobson in Synergy Sim Racing number 1. In 13th is Benjamin Smith, who we spoke to earlier up in the com box, with number 91 Race on Us car. 14th is Synergy Sim Racing 3, Ben Guido. New rookie SSR and have done a wonderful job tonight keeping that car out on track. And in 15, running out the top 15 is the PFR GTI number 1 entry of Adam Zeitinger with Sean Thompson. Bernie.
Fantastic. And as far as cars on the lead lap, we are down to the what is it? Looks like 9 are on the lead lap.
Yeah, 9 are on the lead lap now, so it's going to be tough for those rest of those guys to come out. They're hoping for a yellow flag to come out just to get that lap back. And yeah, it looks like our top 15 will be locked in for positions.
I'm trying to find where Jaden Borg's gone. He's just completely dropped off the leaderboard. I can't find him anywhere.
Yeah, I'm having a look for him now, unless they've had a driver swap over. Sorry. Yeah, because he was up there in the top 10, and then I saw him drop to 7, and then he just dropped the rest of the way, so I'm not sure if they came in the pit lane when everyone was bunched up quite close together, or what happened there.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at the telemetry here. I can't see him anywhere pitting, so I'm not sure what's happened to that car. It was right behind Brian, and it's gone. So, from my list anyway.
Brian Borg, sorry, 017. Let me have a look for him here.
Yeah, Brian's in 3rd at the moment, but Jaden was right behind him. And here comes Brian. I'd say what's happened is Jaden's probably pitted and jumped out of the car, and we just didn't notice. I'd say that's what's going on.
Yeah, I'm just having a look through all the teams now to see what's going on. PTL car from earlier, their big collision has now retired a bit earlier in the race.
Sorry, I was just trying to drum up volunteers. I need a drum, that's what I need, like World War, drumming and with a big poster.
There we go, so he's 094, so they're in 10th position at the moment. Daryl Carter has now jumped into the car. That's what's happened. Just under 2 laps ago they pitted, and Daryl Carter has now jumped back into the car.
No worries. I like the way you avoided my whole big drum and poster volunteer drive, which is probably good because I don't know what I was saying. I think I'm starting to get tired.
Oh yeah, the eyes are starting to get baggy.
Yeah, that's for sure, but it's been an interesting race. It's spread out quite a bit. Hopefully it's going to continue to be enjoyable for the viewers out there, but at the moment Bruce Keeley is leading, and he's just coming up to pass the 95. That's one of the Synergy Sim Racing boys. That car was very pacey earlier on. Well, it still is. It's basically second, so I thought it was being lapped.
Yeah, the boys are doing well up there, and Posey and Glenn Posselworth and Bruce Keeley have definitely done it well done with their car today, and along with Jordan Murphy and Cooper Murray and the rest of the boys up there at the moment. They've done a wonderful job. Ian Ford's been up there. He's got the car back up in the 4th position at the moment. Barsware and Al Nabi's come into the car and just smashed it out of the park. He's done a wonderful job.
Yeah, I reckon he's a big mover and shaker at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah, he'll be definitely someone to look out for the rest of the season and the new upcoming season of Scops. As you know, that's getting closer and closer. A few days to go now, but definitely have to tune in Sunday for the RRTV. What's it called? Broadcast of the Selby Endurance.
Yeah, and as I said to the viewers, hopefully that will go ahead. I just got to find enough people to help to get it to air. But we're riding here at the moment with Forzan, and his last lap was a 1:37.349. You can hear him just manhandling this car, and he's sitting in second at the moment as all the other cars start to pit.
Yeah, he's on a bit more of a tyre wear than Ian Ford, who's behind him in third position at the moment. He's just pitted and he's come back out in third, but he's only about 6 seconds behind him, so he's in a bit of trouble with that thing of fuel tyres, track position. Those people pit earlier, they get the track position, but they have to pit later, so they've got to make up that ground to be able to come back out and get that position back. So with what's there left now, 93 laps, 50, just over to about 55 laps to go. Cars are definitely going to be now working on a strategy, because I don't see another random safety car coming out, and there shouldn't be another random safety car coming out. So I didn't clear the last one up, but from what I heard, I think it was a random safety car going wrong. So they will now be working on a backward strategy to get the cars home in one piece, along with positions.
Yeah, so it's getting to the serious end of the night, and working out how many pit stops they've got to do and all the rest of it, and go from there. But at the moment, Forza El Nabi, he's trying to run down Jordan Murphy, which he's doing. He's the fastest car on the track. Last lap, Forza did a 1:37.285. Jordan Murphy did a 1:37.597, and he's not that far up the road. He's only around about 5 seconds up the road.
Yeah, he's closed in a bit. He's closed in quite a bit at the moment. He's just gained 3, 4, 5. I'm going to keep going. He's about 10. He's almost a second up in that time we just spoke about. So, but Jordan Murphy's having a bit of trouble, or Farzan's just got the bit of nitrous on the car.
Yeah, or both, but we just went to the long shot there. You could actually see as Jordan was exiting the hairpin, Forzan was entering it, so we can definitely see him now, and he'll have his eyes down and focused on his quarry, so to speak.
Yeah, for sure. As they come round past the lap, he'll be 4 seconds behind Farzan El Nabi, and then behind that is another 5 seconds is Ian Ford, and then there's a long way back, 35 seconds behind Jordan Murphy is Brian Borg.
Yeah, and it's interesting looking at the pit stops. We've got the leader's done 5, Forzan, that car has done 4, the Logitech entry's done 5, Laser's done 5, and it goes down to the 890. PRA, they've done 4 pit stops, and then we start seeing a couple in 3 even, but don't know how that works. But I'd say at the moment Forzan's up there in second, but it looks like he's going to have to pit before the other guys.
Yeah, Forzan will be looking, well actually, so Jordan will be looking to pit about 5 more laps earlier than Forzan, so he'll jump back in the lead for a few laps, then Forzan will go back and then pit about 8 laps earlier than most of the rest of them. But you got to think the back end of the top 10, so there was 6 to 10. They're kicking the laps up a bit, and they've been out there for a while, so they'll drop down a bit more. But it's all just going to be a fuel strategy now. Who can, it's along with fuel, is who can pass the best.
Yeah, well, I reckon it's going to compress very nicely towards the end, because Ian Ford has just set a blistering time of 1:36.661. He's the last lap through. He was the fastest on the track, and he was only 9 seconds down from the leader and about 4 seconds behind Forzan. We'll see the gap as they come across the line now. At the moment, Forzan's closed in to 3.4 seconds on the leader, and Ian Ford has closed into 7.8 seconds on the leader, as well as lapping faster than both of them. So if we look at the fastest laps, third Ian Ford's the fastest, second fastest out of the top 3 is Forza El Nabi, and then third fastest is Jordan Murphy.
Yeah, Jordan Murphy, 1.5 seconds slower than Ian Ford is definitely. Though he's got space to work with, Bernie, he's definitely needs to keep pushing due to that fact that he's used 5 more laps worth of fuel over Forzen El Nabi, so he'll be pitting a lot earlier than him, so he's got to get that time up so he doesn't drop too far behind him, keep it going. But yeah, Ian Ford setting this I think it was the second quickest lap of the day, 7/10 slower than Cooper Murray.
Yeah, and that's what makes Ian such a formidable competitor, doesn't it? Because we've seen him in some races where he's fuel saved. This was Oran Park, fuel saved beyond what people expected him to be able to fuel save. And when we spoke to him, he said he actually fuel saved from when the flag dropped to the end of the race to make that strategy work. And I think he took the win with that. But now, when it counts, he can also put the foot down and put out these consistently fast times to close in when he needs to.
Yeah, well, his last 3 laps have all been 1:36s, which is quite low when you're considering Jordan and Forzen are running 1:37s consistently. So, if you're running that sort of times, he's definitely making ground on him, with Forzen now 2.6 seconds behind Jordan, and 4 seconds up the track again is Ian Ford. So it's going to come down to the wire again. Bernie, this is going to be great into the race.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Brian Borg, Riley Blythe, they're also into the 1:36s. They've just dropped back to the 1:37s. In fact, looking down the list now, last lap, Ian was the only one in the 1:36s, and that gap's just closing, but Forzen's also closing on the leader. And I tell you what, Jordan, he's got to be careful here, because as you said, he's going to pit earlier, and he's got to keep this gap up to make it pay once the other two pit.
Yeah, definitely. If Jordan he's had great speed tonight, just not as much as Cooper as getting in the car. I don't know if it's transition between drivers or something's going wrong, but Cooper's definitely found the most out of that car tonight.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I'm just getting tired. We're getting there. 97 laps down, an hour and 10 minutes to go. We'll be out of here by 1 in the morning.
Oh, it's another day in the job. I'll be up till 2 in the morning tomorrow night working elsewhere. It looks like Jordan got a slowdown.
Yeah, he did. He backed right out of it, didn't he? And all of a sudden now he's got Forzen all over the back of him. He's gone defensive. He's got the PRA on the outside. He's got Forzen on the out. Oh boy, they're all just backed right up behind him there, and I don't know how they all got around that without touching.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Jordan tries to use that PRA car to his advantage here and hold up Forzen. But see what the PRA car does. Hopefully I can see what's going to happen to Forzen.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what he did, didn't he? He pulled on the inside of the PRA car and boxed Forzen in, but now Forzen's dived through and he's all over the back. So we'll see how this transpires. And I think Jordan's just counting down the laps so he can dive into the pits and get this car serviced.
Yeah, nearly half a second up behind him is Forzen, and he gets away a little bit coming out of the exit. Forzen just keeps pulling it in, and he'll run consistent laps how he is.
Yeah, it'll be interesting now to see where Ian Ford is. Well, the telemetry's just come through. Ian Ford is 3.5 seconds behind these two, and as these guys are battling, it's going to allow him to close up. And Forzen throws it in.
Oh, the big one. Around they go, and they'll hold both of them up. Ian Ford did get a slowdown, and that will give him a chance to slow right back down. Ian Ford now 0.22 seconds behind him. Forzen gets back in the lead, but he'll have quite a fair bit of damage to that left front, as you can see on the car.
Yeah, well, it was a pretty heavy hit, wasn't it? We'll have a look at the replay of that. And, wow, he threw it in there, didn't he? Right up 2 wheels on the ripple strip. And then he launched Jordan Murphy there.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find the right car. Which one is it? There it is.
Yeah, it was an extremely aggressive move, and I don't think Jordan was expecting that.
No, not at all. Forsen just had a bit of a run-off there, and I don't think when Jordan went round, it looked like Forsen was just trying to get out of the way. He was trying to get out of there as soon as possible. He knew Ian Ford was coming, but he'll have a lot of damage to do with, and he's zoning in halfway through his stint.
Yeah, well, he was virtually pushing Jordan out of the way there, and I reckon the radio chatter would have just gone through the roof between those teams once again, and it's quite interesting because I'm not going to get into it, so we just won't. We'll just let the race control deal with it and go from there.
Yeah, I think so. For sure.
Yeah, so it looks like we've got Simon down there in the green room. Might bring him up, and did you want to have a chat with him so I can finally have some of my coffee?
Sure, why not? Bring him up.
It's still the same coffee at the start of this broadcast, you know.
When I wasn't talking, I probably should have gone and got myself something to drink. I'll be right. G'day Simon, welcome to the double RTV Combox. How's your night going?
Oh, not too bad. Just watching the broadcast and thought you guys were a bit lonely and wanted some company.
Yeah, we're getting tired up here. It's a long night out here, you know, watching you guys go round and round and round and round and round. So yeah, it's good to have some company.
Oh, I'm just watching the team buzz around. I'm not out there tonight, so that's why it's good. Just sit back and watch everyone else. So after just seeing what happened up front, that's a big one.
Yeah, it was quite a big one. As you see Forsen go straight through the rip strip, he'll get a slowdown that put Ian Ford up in front there, and Jordan Murphy will be able to capitalise on that. But it looks like he's got a slowdown also, and Brian Borg might be able to get up into the third position there, into a podium position. But how's HTR going for you guys tonight?
It seems to be going pretty good. Kyle and Sean were doing really well, running up into 6th and 7th at one stage, and but yeah, unfortunately iRacing decided that it didn't want to play nice, so it's knocked them down a few pegs. So I think they're running about 60.
Down 14 at the moment.
Yep, about that.
You've also got Mark B down there in 20th. He's had a different night. He's had a bit of trouble, but he's hanging in tight, holding into that top 20 position for the team.
Yeah, that's it. You just got to hang in there. And I think that's one of Mark's qualities. He's good at just hanging in there and punching laps out, and he's dragging himself up through the field slowly. So hopefully, a fair bit to go. But yeah, see how much further up he gets.
As we're talking, it looks like Ian Ford's something's gone wrong. He's gone straight through the grass there, and Forsen's back in the lead now. So it's going to be a very, very different end to the races. Nothing's going right for any teams at the moment. Why? Not why. See, you guys have got a new paint and a new sponsor on board. Would you like to thank any sponsors for the team, everyone tonight?
I can't actually. The paint's not showing up for me. Because I'd be able to tell you, but they're not showing up for my iRacing for some reason.
Let me have a look.
So which car is it?
Got one now.
We'll go on to Go on to number 717.
Okay, so it's a HTR car.
Correct.
Okay, so we're going to test you here, Simon. Call out your sponsors.
Put it on me now. I'll get up nice and close to the car. Yep, so go over to Fella Paint, Rocket Designs, I believe, as well. One of our sponsors as well. Yep, Rocket Designs. I knew it was one of them. And Small Biz Solutions as well.
Fantastic. That was so professional. Well done.
I've ever heard. Oh.
I'm good at this. I'm good at this, aren't I?
Oh, you're fine. We just need someone to entertain us, and unfortunately, you're it at the moment.
That's fine. All good. It's all a bit of banter.
Yeah. So, how's the race been going for you, blokes?
Yeah, like I said, it's just been a bit of a grind, but getting there slowly. So, like I said, we're back up to 14th at the moment. Mark's just up into the pits, I can see. So, but I think back up into 14th for Sean and Kyle. So, hopefully they can keep pushing through and get a good result.
Yeah. So it looks like from you guys pitting now, we've got an hour and 2 minutes to go, or 47 laps. It's going to be really close. I guess you guys are going to have to do one more stop to get home from here, because I think the pit window, it's about a 30 laps per tank in a V8 supercar around here.
Bailey might be able to tell you a bit better than me. He spent a bit more time in them. Admittedly, I haven't jumped in these cars in a fair while since that patch day, as everyone's been referring to.
Yeah, the patch day, that's probably a good word for it. One of our viewers asked how many laps this race is for. It's basically 149 laps, folks, or 4 hours time limited. We're at lap 102 now, so 47 laps remaining, or 1 hour and 1 minute and 39 seconds if we go time limited. So we can just see now, looks like Adrian's in that car now, Adrian Zelli, in the 717.
Yeah, Zip's jumped in it, so that'll be good. He's actually had a fair bit of pace around here in some of the testing sessions we've done, so keen to see what he can crank out in his stint. So might nearly say he might be driving to the end. Not sure what comes with the boys, but I'd be saying he might be running to the end in this.
Yeah, so you're actually racing tonight, or you're having the night off?
No, I'm having the night off. I've restricted myself to the GTs. I said it's just where my main focus is with the team at the moment. So racing the Audi at the moment. Getting the Porsche ready to give you a run for your money, Bernie.
You won't have to do much, that's for sure. I'm not that good.
I'm struggling with them at the moment. They're, jump from it. You think they're sort of about the same, the GTs and the Porsches, but I jump from one into the other and it's a whole new ball game. So they're just the Porsches are a lot of fun to drive, but they're just they're a bit of a different animal.
Oh, they definitely are. I was expecting them to handle similar to a GT as well, because that's what my preference in racing would be, the GT when I do race. But yeah, it took a few long hours to try to get my head around how to drive the Porsche, and I think I've worked it out. But then again, it's going to take many hours to get it anywhere near the front of those fast guys, if ever.
Yeah, that's it. You see some of the Rogers and all them jump in and they just absolutely fly with them. So the only thing I've been able to pick up from is you're steering with the throttle. So, but I was watching it when they did that round at Spa, and it's just watching those guys up front just absolutely fly with them. Just like, how are they doing that?
Yeah, I sort of learned what I'm trying to do, because I'm a left foot braker. As I come in to turn in, I'm actually using the brake to help turn the car in, and then using the accelerator to keep the car from spinning, basically. That's my high-tech solution to it.
Oh, probably along the same path then. I sort of try to use the throttle to sort of get it around the corner, but everyone's different. I've actually just stopped left foot braking. I was doing it for a little bit in the GT, but since the new tyre model, I've actually found left foot braking is not as effective, because you actually spend a lot more time rolling the car through the corner. So I've actually switched my pedals around tonight, and I've gone back to right foot braking, and it seems to have made a big difference. So I'm hoping that translates into the Porsche, when I finally jump in and do a bit of testing.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. But you're right. You do, if you do right foot braking, you will roll the car, and if that's the way you need to drive the GTs, then it might be the way to go. I found in the GTs I had to be careful not to drag the brake too much, because it's quite an easy thing to do. You know, think your foot's resting on the brake pedal when it's in fact just activating them slightly.
Yeah, and you can't really carry them. You sort of used to a little bit in the past, sort of trail brake and carry the brake into the corner, but you can't really do that now with them. So it's sometimes just better, to sort of get out of the brake and the throttle, roll it into the corner, and sort of just drive it out. But Forsen's in.
Yeah, we've just had a bit of news from Race Control, folks. The car 16, that is the car of Jordan Murphy. They have to come in and serve a 30-second penalty for exceeding their incident limits. The other cars affected is car 91, also has to come in. That's the car that Ben Smith's driving, Race on Oz 91, have a 30-second penalty for exceeding incident limits. And the other one is car 44, which is Team KRF West End. They also have to come in. So it looks like we're getting to the night, Simon, where people that have chewed into that incident limit, it's going to start biting them now, and it's going to add yet another dimension to tonight's race.
Yeah, especially if they're getting hit with penalties. They've been watching that incident limit very, very closely. That's the thing with these sort of long races, especially when you have that in place. You can't really sort of let it get too far away from you, because you get a bit tired and everything else, as we know with these big enduros. It's not hard for the incident limit to start creeping up, and then you get thrown a penalty.
Yeah, and I think it's really going to hurt ANZ, Alewood and Hudson. They're running in second, 6.9 seconds down, but a 30-second penalty is going to hurt them. Bailey, you might be able to answer this, mate. When they come in and do a 30-second hold penalty, are they allowed to actually service the car at that time?
So, yes, they are allowed to service the car at the time, and that's why it is 30 seconds. Because it takes about 12 to 15 seconds to do a service, and what it normally is supposed to be is a 15-second hold. So what it does is it allows us, just in case they do want to do service, but they're not doing their service and getting away with a penalty at the same time, they still have to they still have to do their penalty.
Okay, so it's a 30-second total hold that encompasses a service, and they're now changing drivers and putting Cooper back in, so it's not as harsh as it sounds, like a 30-second hold penalty.
It is very harsh, and it will bite them in the butt. Having this, yes, they are at 15 seconds. They would be sitting in a big stall, but they double that to 30 seconds, which makes it a very long time. And 15 seconds up the road, plus having to get up to speed, ends up being about 30 seconds again. So they lose technically a minute just from a 30-second hold. Okay,
so I just need to get this clear in my head. When they come in, they can service the car. Is that part of the 30-second hold, or do they service the car, then have to hold for 30 seconds, and then they can go?
Well, I'm just having a look at their current pit time and how long they're in the bay. They're at the bay for 1:10 now. So, from my point of view, I thought it was you could service the car at the same time, but it looks like they're having to serve it, separately.
Yeah, so that's...
Sorry. Yeah, so they were in the pit bay for 1:18, and the 1:46 for the whole pit, so they dropped from 2nd to 10th. They're now 1:44 behind the first of Ian Ford, so they're about to be lapped. Almost. Hold on, sorry.
I think they have actually been lapped myself. because Ian's ahead of them.
So they've been lapped because of this. Yes, they have got fuel and he's halfway through a stint. But you got to think, we're in the last hour of the race now. I know, it's 3 hours, guys. Big, long race. But that 30-second hold has probably cost them the win and the podium. It's very brutal late in the race.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we've got Nick Hausler down there, and sorry Simon, we'll get back to you in a minute and just clear this up. We'll bring Nick up, and he can explain exactly what the rules are, and don't worry Bailey, he did volunteer to come up. so
I like how we're only clearing it up in round 8.
Oh, that's alright. Hey Nick, we're just having a bit of a discussion here around the 30-second pit penalty, and you might be able to tell someone like myself, so I can understand it exactly how this penalty works and how it's served in regards to servicing the car.
Yeah, no worries, that's fine. I heard you talking about it, so I thought I'd jump up and give you a hand. Okay, the theory is, generally speaking, a straight drive-through penalty will give you a 30-second penalty, is 30 seconds. So what we've done here is we try to make it as much stuff that iRacing can handle it, so we don't have to over-administer and make sure someone's doing a drive-through. So what we did a 30-second hold, and during that you can take pit service. So you can come in, fill up with fuel, change your tyres, change your drivers. Once all that's complete, you then have a 30-second hold penalty before you can get going. The theory being that, okay, there's the inconvenience of putting you out of sequence, but it's also then just equivalent to actually just getting a straight drive-through penalty, which is approximately 30 seconds. So that's the theory behind it all.
Yeah, that makes sense, because I thought if they could do driver change, fuel, tyres and that counted as part of the penalty, then it's not that bad a penalty, unless they have to serve it on the end of it, and then that really does bite, as Bailey said. It's put them a lap down and in tense position, so yeah, that makes sense. I think that's what you said, Bailey, wasn't it?
Yep.
And the reason we don't just give a straight drive-through is because that's then a full manual process, so we have to issue the penalty manually and then monitor it to make sure they've actually taken it. So, you know, we've just had 3 penalties, there's about to be another one handed out, and it makes it difficult to monitor that to make sure everyone does do those penalties. So by just simply giving them a black flag 30, iRacing basically handles the penalty for us, because if they don't serve it within X number of laps, they get disqualified.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it, isn't it? Just automate it pretty much, and that way you can ensure that everyone serves the same penalty, and no one's sort of skimming a second here and there.
Correct.
Well, that makes sense. I understand it now. Thanks for that, guys.
Oh, that's all right, and we're about to get one handed out to car number 41, the PMS number 1 car.
Oh, that's a big one.
Yeah, that's another big one, isn't it? So the car that was second has served it. Now the other one is the one Forza Elnabi's in, currently in 4th position. So he's going to be down probably a lap 2 by the time this gets served. Well, he definitely will be, because he's 42 seconds off the lead.
There goes out the penalty by race control.
Fantastic. Well, thanks for popping in, Nick, and sorting that out for us.
No worries, and just by way of letting you know, there's probably really only one other car that's close to the incident limit at the moment, and that's the SDC entry number 31, driven by Simon Pitt and Shane Rayner.
Oh, there's a few getting close.
Yeah, that's what I love about this series. I don't know about you guys, but just all the curveballs you can get in it. Like you got the 2 random safety cars, which closes the field up. Then we've got the incident caps, which throws in, you know, if people are too aggressive at the start, they're going to cop it at the end, and it just makes for great racing.
Yeah, and part of the object, I guess, is that what we want to is that rather than issue post-race penalties for those incident limits, we want the person that crosses the finish line first and takes a checkered flag to actually be the winner, and not someone that, a couple of days down the track's cops a 25-point or a 50-point penalty versus the car that was second with within the incident caps.
Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense to me. So, sorry Simon, we had you sitting down there probably listening to all this, wondering what you're doing, but it just sort of sheds a bit of light there on to the viewers what's actually occurring.
No, it was all good. I was learning something from all that, so thanks Nick, that was very educational for me.
No troubles.
Yeah, so we're riding now with Riley Blythe, and he's trying to chase down Brian Borg here, and that's for second and third. He's dropped back a little bit now, but we'll stay with them, and because that's where I think the action is. But let's get back to you, Simon. So we've done your sponsors, and tell us a bit about your GT. Your sponsor's So Pro. I was impressed with that. Tell us a bit about your GT3 campaign. What are you? What sort of championships have you been driving in?
ESCC. That's probably the one we've just stepped into. We did the first round. Unfortunately, we're going to be skipping this round as well due to Scops. Most of the boys are going to be doing that, so we thought, well, we'll sit that one out and prioritise Scops. But IDA is the big one that I've been in, and it's been a big learning curve. Not going to lie, having come back to iRacing in only sort of like the last couple of months or so, learning how to drive the cars again has been quite a steep learning curve. But I'm sort of feeling now getting to the point where it's starting to make sense to me. This new time model's made a big improvement in just my general understanding and feeling of the car. So I've been doing a lot of official racing, and the results are starting to sort of show there. So it's just time, practice, and just doing as much racing as I can. It seems to be getting there. So a bit of the lone warrior at the team at the moment, but hopefully if we start getting some results, we can start sort of getting a few more people on board and help me out and get some better results.
Fantastic. Well, I also look forward to seeing you on the track in that Porsche, and hopefully I can give you a bit of a run for your money there, but no promises. Anyway, Simon, thanks for popping in, mate. It's always a pleasure, and best of luck for the rest of the race.
No worries, thank you. I'll get back into having a bit of a watch and see how it ends up.
Yeah, no worries. So Bailey, we're down to the business end now, 45 minutes to go, and it's going to come close, isn't it, to whether we go time certain or whether we get to the end of this.
Well, let's bust out the quick calculator. How many laps have we got left, Bernie? Can you tell me that?
You've got the calculator, you work it out.
149, take 130.
I use a slide rule, I don't use these Fandango things like a calculator.
We've got 45 minutes left. We will go time certain.
Okay, so how many laps do you reckon we're going to see? I reckon it's going to be close. I reckon it's only going to have a couple of laps in it.
I reckon we'll see about 33 laps.
Okay, so we've got another 20 to run here. In which case,
we'll see another 33.
We're going to see another 33 laps.
Yeah.
So we're going to get to 146. That's what you're saying.
Correct.
Yeah. So
very close.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll see how we go. And we'll have another little side bet here, but it's quite interesting, isn't it? Because just having a look, it looks like Forzan served his penalty, and he's down in 7th now. So if we take the viewers through our top 8 or top 7, because they're the only ones on the lead lap. So leading at the moment, we've got Ian Ford, and he's got a 24-second lead over Brian Borg for Laser Racing in 2nd. Riley Blythe, though, has given him quite a good run for his money here in 3rd position, and closing down on him. Looking at their lap times, he was actually 0.8 of a second quicker, and he's starting to get that gap closed down again. 4th, 64 seconds down, is the number 95 with Glenn Pozzi in there, Synergy Sim Racing. And then 5th, we've got Daryl Carter for Stealth Simsport. This team I'm pretty impressed with tonight. They've done a really good job, and they're sitting there in 5th position at the moment. Then we've got Forzen El Nabi. He's down there 98 seconds from the lead, and the last car on the lead lap. So we can see that those penalties definitely did their job as far as 6th and 7th were concerned.
Yeah, for sure, as a few new faces jump back into the cars for the final stints to get their laps up. The couple, another black flag was sent out to Dean Lanley, sorry, something stuck in my throat. Dean Lanley got a 30-second penalty, which would be quite harsh on him. He's a lap car, so see what he does with the car, if he'll park it or if he'll try to bring it home.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find him on the...
Yes, I'm on.
Do we know what number it is?
No, unfortunately.
Okay.
I wish it'd say what number got black flag, not just a name.
Yeah, it would make it easier for us to actually locate them on the TV. Also, folks, we've had a few retirements, so it looks like we've lost the 350. That was the Redback racing car. Jamie Owens was driving that at the time. Also, the number 28, Matthew Clowett. I think that's one of the Kiani cars, has retired from this race as well. And then Race on Oz, Steve Lattimore, he retired quite a while ago. The reason for his retirement is the only driver in. He was pretty much using it as a practice run, and then they decided to park that car. The 031, another Redback racing car, has also retired. David Baxter was driving that car at the time. Looks like the 92 Jake Maloney entry has also retired, and on top of that the 101 Adam Wyburn was driving that car at the time, and we lost the 32, which was the Laser Racing entry with Jason Bentz, I think, driving that, also retired from the race. Well, actually, he's retired. Yep. No, he's not.
Retired.
No, he's running. I can see him on the track.
He's back out again. I remember he's out on the track. He definitely parked it very early, I do remember.
Yeah, he's 83 laps down at the moment. So maybe they're just using this as a final practice run. And
I just think he doesn't want to be last on the leaderboard.
That could be it too. He only has to do a couple of laps and he'll be second last on the leaderboard.
Yeah, exactly. Also clearing up that number for who did get the black flag, it was number 416, the Way South Racing number 2 car.
Okay, and Andrew Johnston's driving that car. It's an interesting car, this one. I was speaking to Craig Jones earlier. They don't have any real official sponsors, so they've put on a few there, but the big one they do back is Beyond Blue, and which is a great, fantastic cause, and for people with depression, and so they're using their car to help promote that charity.
Yeah, which is very great, and we all thank him for that. It's a very, very special cause, and unfortunately people need support, and Beyond Blue were able to support them.
Yeah, that's right, and in return it gets the word out, which is really important, because with mental illness there has been a stigma in the past about it, and I think it's the public is becoming more aware that it's actually is a real illness, and it's not something that someone pretends to have, but it's actually a very debilitating illness to fight, and it does at times, unfortunately, claim lives, and that's the bottom line of it. So as always, if you're feeling that way, reach out to Beyond Blue. They're there to help, and you're never alone with this sort of stuff.
Yeah, that's correct there. As the dying laps come in, only 5 cars now on the lead lap.
Yeah, well, now the 95 sitting there in second as the final pit stops are probably unfolding at the moment. I'm just having a look. It looks like Riley Blythe has he's served his final stop, and he's sitting in third. Brian Borg looks like he's also possibly, well, maybe he's got another stop to go yet. So yeah, Brian Borg, I think he might have another stop to go yet.
He's just come out of pit lane.
Okay, so he's done. But the 95, I think he's definitely got to do one more stop. And Ian Ford, well, he let's face it, he can pretty much stop and still probably come out in the lead because it's 69 seconds now.
Yeah, he's got another stop to go still, and that's up to 61 seconds. No, 71 seconds, I'm correct. He's just flogging the field at the moment. As you said earlier, Bernie, he's just going to come out and smash everyone.
Yeah, I called it, didn't I? Not that I'm bragging, but I thought once they got Ian into this car, it was going to be on, and Luke did a fantastic job keeping that car in the top 10 and bringing a car back that Ian could then flog and punish the field, as we say.
Yeah, exactly. See a lot of beat up cars out there. And it's by that Beyond Blue car, as we were talking about before, great charity.
Yeah, and we were talking about earlier, two teams that are normally extremely competitive in this style of enduro racing. That's ERA and Synergy Sim Racing, and if you have a look at the top 10 leaderboard on the screen now, folks, you've got ERA first, Synergy second, ERA third, and then you've got Synergy 9th and 10th, and that just shows, it's no fluke that you can get that many cars in a competitive position and at the end of such a long race.
Yeah, it's a lot of mental factors go into it, as saying where I am right now in Australia, in the eastern suburb, eastern states. That's the word. A bit late. It's 12 a.m. at the moment. So a lot of drivers. It's a late night for racing on a Friday night, and it's a lot hard on some people who still have to get up for work tomorrow, go do their daily rounds, whatever they do. So you do thank all the drivers coming on and putting on a show for you guys.
Oh, definitely. But it's great fun. And as we see now, Ian Ford's coming in to serve his final pit stop here. I guess it's going to be pretty much a splash and dash. Do you reckon he'll throw tyres on this car?
With the new way the car is, you always chuck tyres on now. You do 20 laps on them, they're pretty much screwed now. You hang on for the last 10 laps, pretty much, Bernie.
Yeah, and if we have a look at here, right, Ian Ford is now just coming in. He's stopped at the line, second place. That is Glenn Postlethwaite. He's just coming down to the hairpin now. So Ian had a good probably half a lap at least, if not a 3/4 lap lead. So Possie's just coming to the hairpin, just going through. Where's Ian Ford? Well, he's still taking service. But
he's
yeah,
about 20 seconds until he heads out until he's out of pit lane.
Yeah, so the 95's going to close up, but I don't think now Ian's leaving, and the Nulon entry is just coming into the Wall of Champions now.
Yeah, yeah, it's just such a massive lead there, and they've done such a great job once in the ERA, bringing out, you know, the car, another race, etc. It's just a wonderful effort from all.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I reckon one of these days they're gonna rise to the challenge of trying to lap everyone. Now that would be an interesting challenge.
Give them another 4 hours and be able to do it.
Yeah, it'd have to be a long race, wouldn't it?
Oh, if you consider it, like, he was half a lap ahead of him, and that's quite an amazing effort when you think about it. Be half a lap ahead of the second place, and you can see 6th place is, you know, so far behind him still. He looks like he'll be lapped, and he comes in for his next pit stop, Cooper Murray. So Ian Ford has just got that much speed in him tonight, and along with his teammate, I don't want to get this wrong, so I'll check it. Teammate Luke Harvey. Luke's just done a wonderful job for him, just to set him up ready for this back into the race. To put on a show and put it up there for all the way. Along with that, you've got your top 10. They've done a great battle, and you have to admit the top 10 survived 3/4 of the race unlapped. So when you see that happen, it's quite an amazing race.
Yeah, it certainly is, and one team I want to give a special shout out to is the Redback Racing team. These guys brought 4 cars to the track, and they've still got a number of them out there circulating, but the 149 at the moment, David Miller is driving that car. They're the last car now on the lead lap, 136 seconds down, but they're in the top 10, and they're sponsored, of course, by Secura Safe Storage, which is a gun storage company. Their role is to get guns out of the homes and into to safe storage where they can't get stolen or accidents can't happen in the household. So another worthy business. But yeah, these guys are doing a good job.
Yeah, and Redback definitely done a good job tonight. And another special team tonight would be Progression Racing Australian. They've just done that one of the job. They've kept it in the top 10 the entire race, and they've raced clean. They've had a good race.
Yeah, they certainly have, haven't they? And they've been at, as you said, the pointy end all night, and they're sitting in 7th at the moment, and looking for a good, strong top 10 finish. And at the moment, they're just trying to round up a car that's a lap down. I think that's it's a Pagnian entry. I think Pete Sattler was in that earlier tonight, wasn't he?
Can't really see the number. It's in Stealth Sport. They've got a few cars out there tonight too, like they always do, which is great to see.
Yeah, it really is great. Yeah, Tony Gaffer's driving that at the moment, the 011.
Yeah.
This car's 3 laps down, but I tell you what, I like the paint job on it, and of course Pagnian is one of the event sponsors tonight. So we should give those guys a plug. They sell the Next Level Racing rigs as well as a lot of other simulation gear, and check them out, folks. Just type in Pagnian Advanced Simulation and have a look at their website if you're looking for any sim racing gear. I had a look at the Next Level Racing rig a while back, and it's a solid rig.
Yeah, it's definitely on the list to check out. When I finally decide to get a proper rig, there we go. But definitely an entry-level driver looking to get a rig, a setup, a rig, everything, and they come with packages for wheels and stuff. If you're looking for an entry-level one, that's definitely one place to go.
Oh, for sure, and they'll last a long time. But if you're looking at getting into the sport, then it's a good way to get it, get a package together and get started. And you don't have to spend an absolute fortune to get into this e-sport. And if you enjoy it and it sticks with you, you can always upgrade down the track if you need to. but I know a lot of guys, they're still racing Logitechs, and they're just as competitive as the guys that spend thousands of dollars on the very expensive equipment.
Yeah, or your open wheel, Simucube and stuff like that. Yeah, they're expensive, and not a lot of guys can afford that when they're trying to support what's happening in their real life, and then they come on here for a bit of fun. Not always able to spend the big bucks like some of them can. They just race just as well.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, it really comes down to the skill of the driver, and I know ERA, they're sponsored by Logitech, and a lot of those guys are using the Logitech equipment. Of course they would, because they're sponsored by Logitech, and look where they are, they're leading the race.
Yeah, exactly. They've done well for themselves, getting onto, especially Logitech, getting on board with ERA. This great pickup. They get a lot of notice. They do, and that's a lot of sponsors do.
Oh yeah, for sure, and I think it's great because it also shows the potential of other sponsors for other teams, what coverage they can get for a very affordable price, and it's a great marriage between ERA and Logitech, and you know, it's a good job, but it really shows you know, the potential of our esport and how it's growing, because I know when I first got into this, hardly anyone had sponsors, but now you look at it and a lot of teams have got a number of sponsors backing these cars, and it's just growing.
Yeah, it is. Every year it's getting bigger. Every season it's become, sponsors are helping our sport evolve, and especially with Pagnian getting on board with AOSC now and being the event sponsor, it's definitely helped AOSC administration team with costings and stuff like that, but they get a lot out of it. They get a plug, they get a possible 3-4 customers whenever that happens, etc., and they're happy with it.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, if they had a YouTube commercial, it would help a lot, because then we'd be able to actually play that as part of the broadcast and give them a bigger return on investment.
Yeah, that's something I was going to talk about to you later.
Yeah, no worries, we'll talk about it off air. 26 minutes to go, folks, 123 laps completed out of the 149. We're going to get to around about lap 143, 46, around about that. It's definitely, I think, going to go time certain, according to my calculator whiz sitting beside me here.
Oh yeah, amazing. Oh yeah, I'm amazing, Bernie.
You're amazing, if you say so yourself. But the 094's doing a fantastic job at the moment. These guys are sitting in 8th position, and Jaden Borg's back in the car, so they've got their minimum laps up, and it's looking nice and straight and ready to get a top 10 finish. But let's have a look at where the battle is at the moment. So I'm having a look. Where's Ian Ford? Ian's coming out of the pits again. I don't know what that's about.
Yeah, I'm just having a quick look. He hasn't been given a penalty, but he did go down 39.3 seconds down pit lane, so it looks like he's just driven straight through it. Yeah,
that was on lap 124, so he had a huge lead, but all of a sudden he's down to 3rd. Now we've got Riley Blythe leading, also for ERA, but Riley has Brian Borg all over his backside, because all of a sudden Brian can see he could be in for a win here, and the tempo of these two cars have just picked up.
He decided to give himself a challenge, maybe.
Yeah, well, all of a sudden he's been stalking Riley, but you could tell all of a sudden these two livened up, didn't they?
Yeah, for sure. His car just went brown, trying to get a number. Looks like Cooper Murray went round. on the back half of the track.
Okay, we might jump back and see if we can get a quick replay of that. Tell you what, that car's seen better days, isn't it?
Yeah, this not sure what's happening. They were definitely in for a podium, but unfortunately, penalties hurt, as I described earlier.
Certainly does, and I'll tell you what, he did go around because we saw the other car brake, and he was just out of shot there. Let's get back up to the pointy end because it's getting a bit alive here. Ian Ford, though, this is a question: can he get back to the lead, folks? 7.3 seconds down from the leaders. The other one is Farzan El Nabi. He's 12 seconds down from the leaders now. And of course Brian Borg is 4/10 down.
The 226 decides to do here. He'll hold them up if he'll. Even after all the incidents happened at all the incidents happening early in the race with the 226 car, it's great to see them back up there in front, battling up. And it's great. Ian Ford now is 6.6 seconds behind. He was 9 seconds behind. He's gaining back on the lead. Still unsure what happened there. We'll try and get that after the race, what happened.
Wow, did you see that? I'll tell you what, that car that came out of the pit squeezed Brian Borg, and he was lucky to get through there.
Yeah, only just got the end of it.
It was almost like the guy coming out of the pits didn't realise he was there.
Yeah, I'm going to jump back and have a quick replay. Oh! Yeah, it was quite a bit of a squeeze there for Brian Borg. That could have ended tragically.
Yeah, and you can just see here as the car came across, all of a sudden realised he was there and moved across. Yeah, that could have been big, couldn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I'm just having a look at my timing screen on the left of me. The last, I'd say, 50 laps, there has been a red box around your first and second. Riley Blythe and Brian Borg had a red box. I mean, they have been within a second of each other for 50 laps. They've been battling it out for that long. So I can definitely see these guys coming down to the wire, and that the last few laps will be your dictator who will be the winner between those two if it comes to that.
Yeah, well, I think it's going to come to that because while Brian and Riley are fighting this out, Ian Ford can close the gap. Now, ERA are first and third at the moment. You know, they're both on the podium, but Laser Racing has it all to play for here. They can get a potential win, and the only way they're going to do it is to pass Riley and get a gap before Ian closes in. Be interesting to see what our viewers think out there, and if they think Ian can do it. And we just got news that potentially Ian may have blown his motor and had to come in and get that fixed. I don't know if that's true or not. That's just what one of the viewers have mentioned.
Yeah, that would be pretty big. He's already 4.5 seconds behind Riley, so that means he's only about 4 seconds behind Brian, meaning Jesus is going to come down to the wire. He's catching him very quickly.
Yeah, well, last time through the gap was 4.8 seconds. If we look, he's back in the low 136s, and the other two guys are in the low 138s. So he's pulling in 2 seconds a lap. Give him a couple of laps, he's going to be all over these guys, and then it's going to be on. Because we've got, 19? Here goes Brian now, having a look, tucks back in. He really, I think he needs to make a move and try to get a gap before Ian gets involved in this. But you can see in the background now, and Brian just can't get it. He's having a look now on the outside. going to push it. Oh, no, he's
Get
just...
inside.
Yeah, that's what he needs to do. Push it and hold. He needs to hold Riley out here and not let him get back in on the inside of him.
Oh, locked it. That's bad. Big trouble for both cars there. They're in the fence. And that holds up Ian Ford too.
What's that remind you of? When did that happen last? At the same corner. Remember Forza El Nabi? Was it Cooper Murray got together? Who got through? Ian Ford. Exactly the same thing just occurred.
He's had a bit of luck tonight on his side, his heel. Now most likely take it home.
It's just uncanny, isn't it? Because that's exactly what happened last time. But it was Forzen on the inside. This time we've got Brian pretty much doing the same thing. You know, hitting the ripple strip, losing it. But this time, yeah, pretty much the same deal, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just unfortunate that things happen. Yeah, it looked like he had it, but his brakes locked up just before the corner, and it just put him sideways, heading into it as Riley will get by him again. He looks like he'll be able to run out the race, but at this point in time, it looks like Laser might have to pit for damage.
Yeah, I think they will, because that, as I always say, that looks like a London taxi cab. And but yeah, how uncanny is that? Both times for Ian, the same deal of the cars in front of him, same part of the track, same incident. You don't see that very often, do you?
No, not at all. Not at all.
So yeah, I think at this point now, Ian's going to pretty much run away with it. We've got Riley in second, and Brian, he's going to keep on pushing, and you know, I think he should. He's got a 56 second gap over Pozzi at the moment, and if he brought that in to get repaired, he's going to lose a podium position.
Yeah, he's better off holding it out there for the final 13 odd laps here. I don't even think they'll make 13 laps, to tell you the truth. 15 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I reckon we're probably going to see another 10. So we'll probably get to around about 139, maybe 140 by the time the safety car comes out.
Yeah, 139, 140 is now my new predictions. It all depends on crashes and stuff, and you know, that's 148 laps there instead of those two pulled out, and 141 for me and Ford. You know, it slows down the race there, and that's you know, a lot of time lost.
Oh yeah, for sure, and you know, but it had to be done because of the black flag issues around the way iRacing does things. That had, you know, it had to be fixed, and Race Control did a great job in undoing all that stuff and getting the race back underway.
Yeah, well done to Race Control tonight. I think haven't seen Brady up there in Race Control this season yet, so great to see him up there filling my shoes.
Yeah, and if we just had news there, Laser Racing actually got out in front of the MS Limited car, but they felt because they were at fault in that incident, they've actually redressed that and allowed the MS Limited back out in front. But saying that now, Brian's going to have his head down, and he's going to be trying to get that second spot. So I reckon Riley's going to be having a look in his mirrors, but hopefully keep his eyes forward here and try to take second position.
Yeah, great effort by Laser Racing today to get a nice position for the finishing here, and most likely a podium at this point, as Glenn Postlethwaite is another 50 seconds behind them, as you mentioned before.
Yeah, and I tell you what, the night for the Waysouth Racing team, I think that's Craig Jones's team, is just going bad to worse. We saw earlier on they had Oh, we've got a car and a fence in there.
At pit lane.
In pit lane.
That in the background.
But yeah, we heard earlier on that they had radio problems. Finally sorted that out, and we just heard now that the server has kicked Dean Landy off the server, who wasn't even in the car at the time, and then gave them a random 20-second stop and hold, which they cleared, but now Dean can't get back into the server, so it's kicked him out and locked him out. So they've had a tough night tonight.
Yeah, not sure what's going on there exactly. We'll have to get a race summary report from race control to see what happened there. But yeah, it's just unfortunate the way iRacing works with the oval on the road, as we discussed earlier.
Oh yeah, but it's like any racing, you know. Some days you're going to have good days, some days you're going to have nightmarish days and nothing goes right for you. But at the moment though, MS Limited, the 226 has their hand full. Riley Blythe in that car at the moment. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Brenton O'Brien is the co-driver of that car, and fantastic job. But I tell you what, they're in for a race of their lives at the moment. 12 minutes to go, and the Laser Racing boys are definitely keeping them honest. As far as where Ian Ford is, folks, he's 3 seconds down the track at the moment, and just what's lap times? He did a 1:38 where the other guys are in the 1:37. So I'd say Ian's now starting to wind it down to get this car home.
Yeah, there could even be a possibility that Ian is fuel saving Goodvinks, you know, only coming in possibly for the engine and lose. I don't know how iRacing physics work, but possible losing fuel in that situation, but. The Laser Racing, Brian Borg is definitely holding in there, doing his best. Sure, and then Riley still holding in less than 3 seconds down the track to Ian Ford. They're doing a wonderful job.
Yeah, I'm just having a look now. All of a sudden, Brian Borg's dropped right off the back of Riley Blythe there. So I'm trying to get us back to finding out what the heck's going on. I think he got a slowdown, you know.
Yeah, it's a possibility just being because it's 8 seconds.
Yeah, I reckon he had a slowdown penalty, and that's now released Riley Blythe, which looks like that's going to be our podium, folks. We might, while this race is going on, we might bring Gene Fittis up. I think he's from PRA, and I might let you have a quick chat with him before we have to call the end of this race.
Yeah, no worries, Bernie.
You're still awake, aren't you?
Yeah, you're getting there. Hi Gene, welcome to the RRTV Combox. How's your night going?
He's asleep.
Hey, g'day mate, that's the thing.
There he is. How you going?
Yeah, we're doing alright, we're hanging in there. He's just picked off Jaden Borg in the Triple S car for P7, so top 10 at the end of the day, we're going to be happy enough with that.
Yeah, between the two of you, you've definitely put on a show tonight for us all. Can you give us a race rundown from the start of your race to the end so far?
Yeah, for sure thing. So that first safety car threw us for a loop, mate. Sort of through any kind of strategy we were thinking about out the window, and we were on half a tank, so it sort of put us half a step out on our fuel stops, and we've been struggling to sort of get it back to where we want it ever since. And so got Brady out of the car, and I jumped in and did a double stint just to get my minimum lap count out of the way, because I was a little bit off the pace. It felt like I had a bit of an average run tonight, to be honest. It's more important to get Brady in, and he's cutting the good laps for us at the moment, and we're happy to have him on board too. He's a great young guy. I believe you spoke to him a little bit earlier.
Yeah, it was good to speak to him a little bit earlier, and you know, get your put when you're in the car and see how you're going, etc. How are you finding the new tyres and the new way the car's driving with the drivetrain and everything, coming into a track with little practice with the new car and going to such a big 650k race? How are you finding the mental and the physical challenge?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, for me personally, it has been a little bit of an adjustment. I know there's been a lot of griping about the new car build on the Facebook groups and things like that, but it didn't take us too long to get our head around it, to be honest. A couple of changes and alter your driving style a little bit and just make the best of a supposedly bad situation. But with the V8 Scops on this weekend too, I mean, we have been doing quite a lot of running, so it's helped get our head around things pretty well. And so I'm really just the support driver for Brady in this series. You know, he's a little young hot gun. We're lucky to have him too, to be honest. You know, we're well aware that there's been teams sniffing out whether he's interested to move to another outfit, and we're really stoked to see that he's showed us a bit of loyalty and stayed with us, because we're doing everything we can to build this team up and get to a point where we're you know, seen as a genuine contender, which, I mean, we're not far off. You know, like in the space of the last year we've come a long way, and we plan on continuing that trend, you know.
Yeah, very, very, very well. Any sponsors you'd like to thank before we let you go, just so we can call the final 5 minutes of this race?
Mate, I'd love to thank some sponsors. In fact, we're on the hunt at the moment for sponsorship. We're at a point now, team-wise, where we feel we can actually offer some benefit to any sponsors out there, and so up till now it hasn't really been on our radar, but now we feel we're sort of at a point where, as I say, we can actually provide some benefit and some coverage to any potential sponsors, you know. And so we are on the look and would welcome any input or any interest. We'll consider anything, and we're really close, kind of close-knit team. You know, it's a real family environment, and as I said earlier, we're on the up and up, and yeah, I think we could do well for any sponsors that want to get on board with us. We got lots of blank panels. You can take a few PRA stickers off, and someone can get their stickers on.
Yeah, I'm sure they can contact you on your Facebook page, correctly?
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, straight on the Facebook or on Messenger.
No worries, guys. So head over to Progression Racing Australia's Facebook page if you're interested. Well, thank you very much, Gene, for jumping in for the combox for a little bit.
Yeah, it's my pleasure, mate. It's good to get on.
Alright, hope you have a good night.
Thank you. Cheers, everyone.
Alright.
And I'll tell you what, Bailey, while that interview with Gene was going on, Cooper Murray was all over the back of Brady Myers there, and then Cooper Murray got a slow down penalty, which freed Brady, but it was getting really touchy there as they came into that first chicane.
Yeah, I was jumping on board with Brady for a little bit as we had the conversation. Yeah, definitely Cooper was showing some speed there with a busted bonnet. Yeah,
he's showing his aggression, and which is, you know, what racing drivers do. When they see a potential, they go for it, and otherwise they wouldn't be racing drivers. I think someone said something like that. I think it was some Senna bloke said that. It was his favourite quote, famous quote.
Yeah, for sure. I wrote down a few things on a pickup piece of paper today as the race went on, and I still love the quote from earlier. Can't remember exactly who it was from. Dip the mirrors and drive like hell. That quote will stick with me for my racing career now.
Yeah, I think I'm going to do the same. I'm just going to turn the mirrors off and I'll drive like hell and see what happens. But we've got a few post-race penalties being handed out after this race. The first one's going to the 011 car, that's still SimSport 4, have a post-race penalty issued to them. Also, the 31, that's Shane Rayner's SDC Motorsports car, is currently in the pits, so a post-race incident penalty will be issued to that car. The big one though is the 017, currently sitting in third. There'll be a post-race penalty issued to them, and it'll be interesting to see what that is. And I'm just trying to find them. The 056, Peter Sattler, I think we've covered that one off. So it's the 31, the 023, the 011, the 017 and the 056 cars will all get post-race incident penalties.
Yeah, definitely going to be harsh on the points for the championships, and trying to win that championship, as it is a long series, a championship, sorry. You know, we started early this year and it's going to run all the way up to September, October, I'm pretty sure. So over the long time, drivers get a lot of time in the car and get to fit the car, and as they battle on, you see the top 10 cars get up there in the points, etc. And if you drop out of that, you see the car struggle behind. But
yeah, that's a good thing about year-long championships, isn't it? The people that win them, they definitely earn that crown, and it's it really adds to the spectacle of running at this level, of having to compete for a whole year and be the only champion for that year. Means a lot more to the teams, I think, than these season championships that they run 4 times a year or something.
Yeah, definitely. And this seems like this might be the last lap, Bernie.
We've got 1 minute and 41 seconds to go. So where are they now? They're up the back. I reckon they're going to get this lap done and they'll get the white flag. So we'll have this one plus another one, I reckon. And Riley Blythe's now 1.4 seconds behind Ian Ford. The gap back to Brian Borg, though, is 9.6 seconds. And I reckon the outlay of the land, let's say, has hopefully something special lined up for the end, but I'm not going to say what it is. If it is, I'm just guessing it may be that, and we'll see.
Yeah, and just this lap, Glenn Postlethwaite got a pass on Farzan El Nabi, the 4th place in that Synergy Sim Racing 7 car. They've done a wonderful job today to keep that one in. Him and his teammate have done a great job to keep that in the top 5.
Oh, they certainly have, and they've kept out of trouble pretty much, haven't they? And the car's looking as good as it did when it rolled out in the grid some nearly 4 hours ago. We're down to 33 seconds here, 12:35 a.m. I'll put it out there now, folks. As far as interviews go tonight, they're going to be short. And I reckon only the podium tonight for an interview, because I want to go to bed. I'm tired. That's how professional and committed I am to this.
Yeah, I've got to be up there quite early. I've got another job to do. My job that lasts. I start my next job at 8 a.m. and I finish at 2 a.m. There you go.
Wow, that's crazy. You're going to be so tired tomorrow. And,
Sunday sleeping.
Yeah, awesome. Well, the white flag's just come out. It's officially the last lap now. We've got Ian Ford coming home for ERA. Right behind him his teammate. So we've got Logitech sponsored ERA first. Then we've got the MS Limited sponsored ERA car second, as they come 1-2 now down Casino Straight for the last time. And I tell you what, wouldn't it be funny if Riley took the win? He just puts a foot down and goes, but he won't, because he's a professional. And
I think they're going to go side by side in there and do a bit what happened earlier and go side by side. One goes through and slow down.
Yeah, so as they come across the line for the final time, 139 laps, ERA 1-2, form finish there just to top the night off. Fantastic effort from ERA and a fantastic drive. And then can see the winner there. Ian's ecstatic with that. Tell you what, he drove a magnificent race tonight, didn't he?
Oh, look at the cars. It's such a wonderful look. They've done well.
Yeah, it's beautifully cleaned out there. Brian Borg for Laser Racing, he came home in third, but he's going to get a post-race penalty issued to him. Glenn Postlethwaite, the number 95, came home in fourth, and Forza Nabi, Performance Motorsports, comes home in fifth.
Coming home in sixth is the number 890 of Braden Myers from PRA. In seventh is the number 16 of Cooper Murray. And 8 came home Jaden Borg in Stealth Sim Sport 2. In ninth is Henry King in the 00 zuva.net.au for domain name. And rounding out your top 10 was the number 149 of David Miller in the Redback Racing Team number 1.
I'll tell you what, let's go to Blimpview. It's like the summer nats. Here, everyone's just doing burnouts all over the place at the moment.
Blimpview.
You just check it out. They're just burning out all over the joint. That's how happy they all are.
Jesus.
It's like, let your hair down.
Oh, lone motor. Heard one.
Yeah, there's... Yep, blown motor. There's a car sitting on the inside. But, yeah, what a fantastic drive. We're just going to wait for the ERA guys to come up for a chat. But it looks like we've got Brian Borg down there, so we might bring him up for Laser Racing.
We'll go 3, 2, 1. Borgie, O'Brien, then Ford.
Well, I reckon we'll bring O'Brien and Ford up. Oh, no, we'll bring them up separate. Yeah, we just won't ask them. Yeah, I don't know. Let's sort it. Let's play it by ear. That's how we do things. Hi, Brian. Welcome to the Combox. Congratulations, third position. And I think you got a post-race penalty issued, so we'll see how that goes. But I tell you what, a car that damaged, you still were pushing at the end.
Yeah, I could feel it, but yeah, I got to apologise to who was it? Who did I hit? Brenton's car.
Yeah, it was the Riley Blythe. Yeah.
Yeah, I got to apologise to him. It was a racing incident, nothing intentional, but yeah, chasing them really hard. Had a good car. Good teammate in Phil, so I want to say a thank you to him. But what a hot race, man! I am sweating.
Oh, it was a full-on race, wasn't it? There was just so many twists and turns, and I can't imagine what it'd be like to spend 4 hours in a V8 supercar around here. It must have been diabolical.
Bernie, I don't know what it will be like 4 hours commentating around here.
It's easy, isn't it, Bailey? We just do stuff.
You got to have imagination.
Mate, there were cars everywhere. Like, there was not, I reckon, one lap that you could have a clean lap.
Yeah, no, it was, sorry, your teammate's trying to work out what the password is to get into TeamSpeak here. I'm not going to put it across the chat channel, or otherwise I'll have everyone in here. If you want to, if there's some way you can contact Mr. Piggott and give him the password without everyone noticing, that would be good, Brian. Don't say it on the channel.
You know what, Bertie? It was me at Phillip Island who couldn't get on, and now it's him, and he gave me shit about it, so stuff him.
Oh, Laser Racing boys, you're so oh, I like it.
Love it.
Yeah, but it was an interesting race, and I tell you what, Laser Racing and did a really good job tonight. You had a couple of cars up there competitive and doing really well. Unfortunately, one of them dropped by the wayside, but the one you were driving, top three, fantastic effort.
Yeah, I think Phil just got into the channel, but mate, I tell you what, I've been liking the new build, and it's been going good for myself. I don't know about everyone else, but I like it. So please, iRacing, don't change it.
I don't know how many them's fighting words. I think you'll have to be careful when you leave the comm box. There might be a few people after you with that comment.
Oh, what do? Got to take it as it comes.
Yeah, definitely. Just removing a comment. Okay, that's been removed. Oh man, Adam Zeidinger, he's just gone mental out there. He's still doing burnouts, would you believe? But anyway, we're here talking about you. But with the race, I guess, was it going smoothly for you guys for most of the night up until that incident, or did you have your own dramas as the race unfolded earlier on?
No, everything was going to plan. Me and Phil had our own strategy on what to do, which for me was just follow whatever Ian Ford we done. So it was pretty easy. But we had a great battle with Riley there. It was I reckon a 60 laps race with us.
Yeah, fantastic. I'm going to hand you over to Bailey, and he can have a chat because I'm half asleep and I don't have any more questions that I can coherently ask. But it was a great race, and I really liked the fact that after that incident with Riley, you guys redressed it and said, yep, that was our fault, so let him back out in front. But then once you've redressed it, you got back to racing, which is fantastic to see. So well done. Congratulations, third position for Laser Racing and Plumbing. And I actually saw one of their vans out here. I live in Canberra, and I actually passed one. I was going to pull him over and say, hey, how you going? But I thought, no, he'd think I'm an idiot. So I'll pass you over to Bailey.
Yeah, awesome. Welcome to the comm box also, Phil.
Oh, thanks, Bailey. Thanks, Ernie.
How's that password going?
Oh, yeah, I was just searching for it. I didn't have it saved down somewhere, so
Yeah,
I
fair
don't
enough.
need to get hold of it.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm just looking at my notepad. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
He hasn't prepared.
I haven't prepared. I'm tired.
He said, what questions can I ask? I said, I don't know. You just wing it.
I can't wing it. Too late. Coming into that final incident there, what was your... I understand you redressed it, etc., but were you thinking that he possibly could have given you room because you had the inside, or what was your mentality there?
Nah, it was all in the braking code locked up. So he gave me room into the corner. I just locked up and just slid into him. So nah, he done everything right. It was all on me. So fully take the credit for that one.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
it was just a quick check of the replay just to make sure, and unfortunately the brakes was docked a bit too long and sort of slid into the car. If it was clean, it would have said race on, but yeah, unfortunately it wasn't. So we thought we'll do the right thing and race to the end and try and get past them the proper way.
How do you find your stints, Phil?
It wasn't too bad. I mean, I'm not used to starting from third ever, so yeah, it was quite hard at the start. Just probably letting a few of the faster guys through and get it done cleanly. I just wanted to get to the other side about lap 51 so I could get Borg in the car and then he could take over and bring it home. So car was in one piece. Car felt great. Just turned in, did what you wanted to do, and then yeah, just the idea was just to keep it clean to get to Porgy. So
Yeah, fair enough. And I can tell Bernie's quite tired, and along with myself, we'll wrap this one up and get on to the final two. Any sponsors you'd like to thank?
Yeah, just Laser Racing and Plumbing and Electrical. For the team in Laser Racing, they do a great job in everything they do in setups and just information that they give across. My personal sponsor, Mega Car Rentals. And yeah, once again, my teammate Phil. Thank you very much.
No worries, guys. Hope you guys have a good night, and congratulations on third place.
thanks, Bailey. Thanks, Ernie.
Thank you, guys. Enjoy.
Yeah, fantastic effort, guys. Well done. And we'll see you next time.
Absolutely.
It's all right. Okay, so what we're going to bring up next is all of the ERA guys, since they finished 1 and 2, and we can have a bit of a chat with them.
This will be interesting.
Yeah, I know.
I think we've had ever 6 people in the com box.
Oh, it's a party. You'll enjoy it.
Here we go.
Hold on to your hats.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, hello.
There's some good looking people up here.
Thank you.
I think he was talking about me.
No, Bernard, no. How are you?
Yeah, good. Bailey's going to start the interview tonight.
Welcome, boys, to the RRTV com box. Congratulations on 1-2, guys.
Thanks, man.
Luke's turn.
You guys are full of words tonight.
Oh, look, Luke Harvey was our designated talker, but must have ducked out.
Yeah.
It's pissing down with rain in Harvey Bay tonight. Look, fantastic job by the boys, no doubt about that. It was an awesome job. Made some good strategy calls. 40 has done a really, really good job with the setup. He's done a shite load of laps this week to get it where it is now. And, you know, you got 40 and Riley Blythe, who did fantastic jobs. Look, Riley wasn't going to drive at all tonight, and until I twisted his arm to get in that wonderful Commodore that he now loves so much. And, yeah,
never
did a solid job.
Yeah,
I feel disheartened because that's my equal best ever finish in the V8, and it's in a Holden. And
There's a reason for that.
No.
you guys definitely did show your speed tonight with it. And what was your strategy coming into the race with pit and fuel and the random safety cars?
Pretty much the main strategy was hoping Luke got home early enough to get in the car at the start, and luckily enough he did. We got him to his 50 laps and literally pushed him out of the car as fast as I could, just so he could go get some grog out of the fridge or, you know, whatever it was he was doing, because he went pretty silent there for a little bit and he's been giggling ever since. But, you know, other than that, it was just pretty much just cruise around, make sure I didn't hit any walls like an idiot.
Engine!
Decided to pop an engine to make things more dramatic in the last stint and then go balls to the wall and managed to get back in the lead.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. What happened in the final one? The engine blow or something?
I have no idea. I was driving it pretty much as slowly as I'd been driving it all night, and the engine just let go, and it happened to be at the perfect corner where I just went straight ahead into the pits and got it fixed. And, you know, I saw there was about 15 or 16 laps left in, like, time-wise, and, yeah, just went balls to the wall and tried to close that gap down. And unfortunately, the two boys in front had a bit of an incident, but, you know, we all ended up in the same positions in the end, I think.
Yeah, it was the second time you got by that same chicane, getting the same incident earlier on with, was it Cooper, Murray, and Farzan? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I was a bit surprised to see Riley and Borgie pretty much having their cars make love or whatever it was they were doing down there. It was certainly not G-rated, but, you know, in that first incident tonight, it didn't really surprise me at all.
Yeah, fair enough. And going over to the second cars, when that incident did happen, what was your thought of mine?
Oh, it was one, damage assess, just make sure the car's still steering straight, and then I asked those out of the car just to say was that my fault or not, because I was really pretty aware that did I give him enough room or anything. I was just trying to make sure that I was not in the wrong, and because then if I was, I would have redressed. Oh, actually, I would have I was behind.
Borgie's a good guy. He's already apologised for it. He doesn't do that type of thing, so there's no drama with that at all.
Yeah, like we were having a really good race pretty much the entire time. Like pretty much when I got in the car, we were hanging around each other and we were pretty inseparable throughout the entire race, and that was actually really enjoyable. It kept me pushing harder, and I think I started getting into the mid to high 36s on the new tyres, and I'm going to attribute that to being pushed along by Borgie.
Yeah, the times were definitely low between you two, and hitting the 136s consistently in that number one car, etc. I'm sure Bernie's got a couple of questions. We'll hand it over to him.
All I can say, guys, is deja vu. right? I couldn't believe it on
I
that.
don't speak French, mate.
Okay, Groundhog Day, there you go. On that chicane corner, I'm pretty sure the MS Limited car came together with the number 41, and number 1 ERA came through and took the lead, and then we saw it again with Laser Racing in the same car, and Ian Ford came through to take the lead. Was I imagining that, or did that actually happen tonight?
Actually, you're imagining it, mate. Sorry. There was a time where the 41 tagged us. Ben Twadale, I think, was clearing a slowdown and got tagged, but I don't think 40 got through us there. But we had our fair share of dramas in the early stages, and we were actually just over a lap down at one stage. So, you know, to get the car back, not just up on the lead lap, but then to put it through into second, where 40 was clearly holding us up at the end there, it was pretty good job.
Yeah, I could see it. 40 was holding us up. You're closing in, you know, and it got so close. I was actually, you've probably heard me, I was going, wouldn't it be great if just Riley just put the foot down now and took the win?
You don't
Hey, we were talking about that in the team speak, trust me.
Riley was certainly getting close to the bumper on the way to the line, I can tell you that one.
Yeah,
I was trying to make it even because it looks nicer when it's more even, but I was still aware that I didn't want to get the nose ahead, though, because 40 did give me word of warning. If he said if I do see the nose, I'm chopping right across here.
I'm such a nice bloke.
We're expecting you guys to go too wide into the final chicane. Then it looked like it was going to happen.
No, 40 briefed me, said no, we're going single file through the chicane.
And then I almost got a slow down.
Yeah, you overcooked it through there, and I was like, "Geez, you're gonna if you got a slow down through there, I'd just nail it and be like, nah, see ya, I'm out."
Yeah, pretty much. But it's been a late night. It's been fantastic. We were talking about your team earlier tonight and about the great sponsors that support you guys, and just how much the esports changing since I came in. When I started, there wasn't many sponsors at all, but it's great to see a lot of businesses now coming in, backing various teams, and in return getting hopefully great return of investment with the different coverages that the teams get to feature in these days.
Well, it's my department. It's really hard to get sponsors. It's a hard sell. It really is. Like a bunch of pixels on a computer screen is a hard sell. But the hard work starts when you actually start to get the sponsors, to keep them happy and keep them on board. And you know, I know that the sponsors that we run, Logitech G, MPMS Racing Simulators, MS Limited Edition, Maverick Welding, Gel Real Timing, and GTI, are all really happy with what we've done, and they've actually recognised that through what we do and what we push, that they actually have had more inquiries because of it. So that works out perfectly for both sides.
As long as we don't send them selfies.
Yeah, no selfies.
No, but you should send them a 1-2 picture of the two cars coming across the line tonight. That would look pretty cool.
Yeah, it does, and we do that type of thing. Yeah, they certainly get tagged in, and we do recognise what they do for us as a team. It's fantastic, it really is. While we're recognising something, Bernie, because I know it's really late, it's coming at 1 o'clock in the morning, your time. Mate, I listened to some of Bailey's commentary. It's fantastic, Bailey. Really good job, mate. So hopefully we'll get to hear more of you.
Yeah, cheers, mate.
Notice he didn't compliment me, but yeah, no, Bailey did an awesome job.
There's a reason why.
No, Bailey did an awesome job, and without you up here, mate, this wouldn't have gone on. I was actually ready to pull the pin and walk today, to believe it or not. So a really big thanks to you, mate, for getting in here and then saving the broadcast. So well done.
No worries. Thanks for having me.
So anyway, guys, we should let you go. So before we do, though, let's give those sponsors a plug once more.
Redback Racing TV, thank you for your job, boys. I've given our sponsors a plug. They'll hear more about the result in the next few days. Congratulations to Borgie and Phil for third with Laser Racing, and yeah, we'll see you next Friday or the Friday after, I'm not sure.
Yeah, we cover the 650 races and the 150 races. So we don't cover the short sprint races, mainly because they're across two servers and it's a bit tricky. But anyway. Yep. And also, if you guys are running Sunday on the V8 Scops, good luck with that, and hopefully we'll see you guys on the podium there. And,
I'm actually doing laps as I talk right now. It's just close to second split for me. The other boys are going good, but not this little black duck.
Oh, I'm on the verge. It's scary.
Personally, I'm just hoping we can melt down the trophies that we got tonight and try and get an engine rebuilt for Monday.
Yeah, good plan. I like that.
And for all the viewers out there, Sunday's going to be a very big day. If you like your V8s and your Porsches, tune into V8s Online. If you like your GT3 Enduros, if we're covering it, join RRTV, or even better, put 2 TVs up, have one on one screen, one on the other. Get your beer, get your barbecue going, and enjoy some good hard motor racing.
And watch out for ERA's 2 new drivers, Ethan Grigott and Mick Cracknell, both in their Logitech cars. I'm sure they'll put on a good show up there.
Fantastic. Well, anyway, guys, it's always a pleasure. Well done. Congratulations, 1-2. Thanks for the form finish. It always adds to the night, and I just wish Riley had a 1. But,
So do I.
Well, someday I'm gonna beat 40. How many times have we finished like 1 and 2 or 2 and 3, and I'm behind every single time?
Sunday. Just wait for Sunday.
Give him a bump. He'll be right.
Good luck getting a 1-2 there.
Yeah, no, I don't think I'm gonna make top split at this rate. I'm gonna have to put a bit more laps in.
and on that note, folks, we're going to kick all of VRA out. So good night, guys.
Good night, guys.
So, yeah, folks, keep an eye on the RRTV Facebook page for what's going to happen on Sunday, whether the broadcast's going ahead or not. I really want to broadcast it. I just can't get the commentators to help. So that's why that may not be going ahead. If it does, it'll be the usual two sessions, starting 8:45 a.m. to 12 p.m. and then coming back again in the afternoon from probably around about 4 p.m. until 7:30 p.m. Sunday night. So we'll give you the first 3 hours, last 3 hours of a 10-hour race. But Bailey, it's really late, mate. We have to call it quits because you've got to be up in how many hours? Like 7 hours or less before you start a really long shift?
Yeah.
So thanks very much, Bailey. It's been a pleasure having you up here, and I really do mean I'm appreciative of you supporting our broadcast and coming up and doing this for us so we can get the AOSC out to all the people and support the great sponsors, which is Pagnian, Advanced Simulation, Next Level Racing, and for backing this series. It's great to have those sponsors on board.
No worries. One last thing to everyone. And me and Bernie will be back on the 24th of this month for, I think that's next week, is it?
Yeah, next Friday.
Next week for the Coda West 150 kilometre race. 36 laps around Coda West. So that should be lots of fun.
Yeah, it certainly will. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that. But anyway, folks, we're going to call it a night. Thanks for tuning in. We hope you've enjoyed tonight's broadcast. We always try to make it entertaining and enjoyable and fun, and hopefully we've done that for you. And for everyone that stuck with us throughout the whole night, we really appreciate your support. And on behalf of Bailey Hall, I'm Bernie Wiemers. Thanks for watching, and I'll bid you all a very good early morning. Good night.